Thank you. It was very hard to get the rocket ship up in space to film that, but you're worth the $183 million that it took to do that. So welcome, everybody. I'm going to be the MC today. And looking at marketing AI, which I didn't know anything about until about a month ago, it's amazing all the progress that's been made in targeting, media, creative content, all across the spectrum of marketing. There's one area that I thought AI had a little bit of work to do on, which was humor. So the agencies that are producing, funny Super Bowl spots, I think you still have a job for a while, all those people. So I just went through kind of what's been out there. AI has a way to go when it comes to humor, and I'll just give you some examples as I was playing with different tools. Okay, so what did the new ant say after a dog? This is the AI joke, by the way. It was a pirate. Okay. What do you get when you cross a street with a cow? According to AI, a bungee and a pig with a cow. We're in the so bad it's good category here. Now, for some reason, I was able to find an AI tool that actually can do good dad jokes. I don't know what that says about, in honor of Father's Day coming up, what that says about dad jokes. Two cannibals are eating a clown. One says to the other, "Does this taste funny to you?" Okay, that's legitimate. Sandwich walks into a bar. Bartender says, "We don't serve food here." Okay. And then you also can customize humor, where if you spit out the sort of first line, then the AI comes back with the punchline. And I think there was a little to be desired here, too. How many brand executives does it take to screw in a light bulb? Custom. More candy. Okay. And most importantly, when is John Bond going to shut up and start the conference? And the AI says, "I don't know about you." It should be, "I don't know about you, but," fill in something, but it just stopped. "I don't know about you." Okay, so that was our warm-up. So now I'm going to introduce Rich Howe, who's the CEO of Inuvo, which is on the New York Stock Exchange, and is an engineer by trade, but luckily also has a personality. So won't bore us. Thank you, Rich. Here's your very own clicker.
I don't know about the personality, but I'll give it a go. Thank you for coming, taking time out of your busy days. I know your time is valuable. What I'm hoping to be able to do in the next 30 minutes is three things. One, I want to give you a context so that you can understand AI. You're going to encounter it in your business, with your vendors, with your internal people. And it's always helpful, as an engineer I've learned, it's always helpful to know how generally something works, because it leads you to ask the right questions afterwards. So I'll give you a framework to do that with AI that's worked for me over the years. I'll follow that up with talking about the biggest problem our industry is facing right now. And spoiler alert, it's consumer privacy and the use of consumer data. And then I'll end by showing you an application of artificial intelligence, the application that Inuvo has built and deployed and is successfully using for a plethora of clients with really, really cool results that will enlighten you a little bit about how you can solve this problem in a way that you have probably never thought about solving because you weren't trained to think about the problem this way. And I think, isn't that the cool thing about AI? You can, think about things in a different way. So let's begin. AI. AI, like humans, it's an evolution. It has gone through a number of stages, and ultimately it culminates in the place we're all scared of, which is, machines walking around with all self-aware. So let's start there, because that doesn't exist. And from my perspective and point of view as someone who's been around this science for the better part of, well, longer than I want to admit, it's not going to happen anytime soon. And if it does happen, I actually think it happens much in the same way we humans happened, accidentally, in some way that is not known. And the reason I believe this is because if you think about it, just as a pragmatist, you think to code self-awareness into a machine, you need to have a self-aware human who understands self-awareness, because they have to do that to be able to program it. It's just logical. We have no clue how this works in our brain yet. And no slight against neuroscience. They do a lot of unbelievably fantastic work, but we really don't yet understand how it works. And I'll give you a great example of this that you can take away from an article that I read years and years ago that kind of made this clear to me when I read it. They did a study, and they got some participants, and they put them in an MRI machine. And the purpose was to scan their brains. And they told the people who went in the MRI machine, click a button that's either a left button or a right button whenever you feel moved to do so. Meaning whenever you consciously decide you want to click that button, go ahead and do it anytime you want. Now, what was interesting about this study was very quickly, the guy in the booth, who was reading the MRI scans, started to notice a pattern that was predictive of which button they were going to click. Now, that's kind of interesting. Say, okay, so the guy knew that they were going to click it when they were going to click it. No, that's not what happened. What happened was the guy in the booth knew seconds before the person in the machine was conscious of the decision they were going to make, which decision they were going to make. So if you think about this for a second, you have lots of questions that could come into your head about consciousness. The very obvious one is, if this guy in the booth knew before the person on the table knew what decision they were going to make, you might ask yourself, who's making our decisions for us to begin with? There was a bit of a free will study going on with this. But the point is, self-awareness still a long way off as far as I'm concerned. So let's deal with things that are real. And the three categories that are real in the evolution of artificial intelligence pretty much go a reactive machine to what's called a limited memory machine to theory of mind-based machines. It's an easy way to categorize it. There's lots of categorization systems. I kind of like this one because based on my history with the science, it has flowed this way. The first one's really interesting and easy to understand, and the majority of the machines out there tend to work this way. And it's exactly what it says, reactive machines. There's something happening right now in real time that a machine is going to react to and make a decision to go do something. They don't have memory most of the time. They don't have a lot of data. They're really just reacting to something occurring. A great example of this in our modern advertising is contextual advertising. You see cars and Corvette on a page, your client's Chevy, so you say, hey, I make a decision, I'll put the Chevy ad, for Corvettes, in the spot that's being sold. You're reacting to something happening in real time. Lots and lots and lots of machines, that are built around that premise. The second one, is where the majority of today's technologies sit, when you talk about AI. And these ones are a little bit more complicated, and they do rely on a lot of data. So you have a lot of information, and effectively the machines are trying to find a pattern in that data. And there's a number of different analytical and neural network techniques that are used to do that, but ultimately you're just trying to find a pattern. And you ultimately are trying to find a pattern that predicts some outcome that you're looking to try to model. And then you use the outcome to try to reinforce things to, train it, to get better at whatever outcome you're trying to model. The very best application that I know of, and the one that everybody in the room will know right when I say it, is from a company that I was a part of years back. And it's FICO. We all got a FICO score, right? So we all know how it works. All of our credit history is sitting at the credit bureaus, and all of the transactions that we've made is there. It's happening in real time. Whenever we have a new transaction, it's available. The FICO score is looking at that. It's learned what the patterns of behavior are that lead to what? Good FICO, bad FICO, right? Bad FICO, you don't get a loan. Good FICO, hey, you get a lot of money. This thing's been in existence for 40 years. and probably one of the single best applications of this limited memory-based technology. And I can tell you, as an executive that was there building that technology, pay your bills, because there's no running away from your FICO score. After 40 years in, we know exactly whether or not you're a good credit risk or not, but a really good application for it. The last one, and the one where most of the new innovation is occurring, is in this theory of mind based artificial intelligence. And as it sounds, this area of AI, it tries to get inside the way the brain works with the thoughts and the emotions that are part of the human experience. And this is very difficult to do, which is why it's sort of the next stage in the evolution and the one that's the precursor to self-awareness. Our company was built around using all three of these, by the way, with what we do. And by the way, when you encounter AI with the vendors and the technology companies you work with, there's a good chance that we're using various parts of these technologies. But we were created, and our vision and mission was built around using this science as a complement to the other ones to solve a very specific problem. A problem we knew existed as a result of our backgrounds, around direct-to-consumer marketing, having built some pretty successful companies in this space. And the challenge here is that modern advertising has been slowly built over the last 4 decades or so on the back of information, and that information was originally created based on people. And in fact, the companies that started, this whole industry, originally sat down and said, look, what do we need to do here? And the answer was, we need to collect data. And they say, hey, what kind of data do we need to collect? And the question was, we need information about people, who-based information. And so the question that was originally asked was, who is someone? And when I can figure out who someone is, I can append data to that person. Now, over 4 decades, having been successful at doing that, those original companies, of course, this way of thinking about advertising has now permeated everything we do in advertising. Your creative strategies, your attribution strategies, your media buying strategies, your data strategies, your prospecting strategies, your journey mapping. There's really a component of modern day advertising that doesn't have a foundation somewhat in looking at the people behind that. So that is the data construct. The challenge with an infrastructure, methodologies, and strategies that are built around this kind of information is you're really highly dependent on the technologies that are facilitating that. And then, as we have, unless you're living under a rock, you've heard the cookie. What you may not understand is the cookie itself is neither here nor there. It really doesn't. It's nothing. It's meaningless. It's an easy way to talk about the problem, but the real problem is the use of consumer data. And the cookie and the IP address are the means through which you identify people so you can attach data to them. This is why you see companies with the word identity in their title. I mean, they're telling you effectively what they're supposed to be doing. They're trying to identify individuals so that they can persistently, which means I know this person over and over and over again. I can identify them in some way. It's an ID. It's a number, by the way, that sits in the cookie, in case you didn't know that, right? And the IP address is a number that you can make to be an ID that you can attach to a person. They only do that so you can attach data, right? So that you can use that data to make decisions. And in advertising, for prospecting, we all do that. This is the way it has been done for many, many years. The problem is you're not going to be able to do that anymore. That's going away. And Apple's already made it go away, right? In the latest update for iOS, they've obfuscated the IP address now. I've seen they took away cookies, already some time ago, but they've already now defaulted the IP address, so off. Google's, been stalling, the decision to do this. They now say it's going to be 2023. They may or they may not do it. They're Google. They'll do whatever they want to do. I submit this. Whether or not they do or don't, this pony left the barn. And if they don't do it, the consumer is already doing it. You may not be aware of this, but 70% of us now have a VPN. How many people here have a VPN? Okay? So, how many of us use incognito or private browsing on occasion? The consumer is going to solve this problem whether or not the big companies do or don't. And so you won't be able to use these mechanisms one way or the other. So this is a real problem, and it impacts so many parts of what we do that you should be very vigilant with whomever you're working with. And you can ask some simple questions. Are you using IP address? Are you using the cookie? Are you appending data to anything? And if it is, what is it? Right? And I would submit you should start looking at technologies where you don't have to be reliant on those underlying mechanisms because you're just not going to be able to use them anymore. Okay, so let's talk about how you get around this problem, which is the crux of what we were inspired to do at Inuvo as a result of our backgrounds, having been pioneers in the consumer data business, as it turns out. So we had a pretty good perspective on how to take a run at this thing, and our thought process was the only real way to probably solve this is to really reinvent the problem. Don't try and do it the same way it's being done now. This is probably a mistake. The engineers in us are like, if that's going away, let's not just try to find a different version of that who-based marketing and try to make that work. Why don't we just clean the slate and have a different way of looking at this problem? And the question we thought we should answer that was more valuable a question than who is someone was, why is someone purchasing the goods and the services and the products that they're purchasing? This seemed like a far more valuable question to ask because that's where the insights come from, the reasons behind the purchasing and the interests in products or brands, not necessarily who they are. And we knew because we had created the data industry that the data involved in who-based marketing is limited in and of itself. There's a finite set of that information. It's very structured. It's in a database. You got variables and fields. So you're limited to what that is. And so we wanted to, unconstrain ourselves from this kind of thinking. And the only way to do that was to use this theory of mind-based artificial intelligence. So let me just set the positioning here for this AI by giving you, as best I can tell, the best description of how our brains work. And it's a simple description, but it's the best one that I've seen, and it's the simplest is usually the best. These things we have on our shoulders, they're like giant libraries. And the neurons in that brain matter are like the books in that library. And we have this ability as humans to connect all of these various books and information that we've been taught across our lives. So that's kind of how it works. And when we have to make a decision, our brains just have the innate ability to connect things together, and we don't even realize it's happening, but we're connecting information that we've learned, and we say, oh, I know how to answer that question. I'm going to make this decision. So that was the model. We said, hey, could we replicate this model and create a machine that ultimately could capture the collective wisdom of humanity? I know it sounds like a grand, statement, but big ideas have grand statements. The problem with attacking that problem is it's a big problem, and you have to figure out a way to teach something. And the only way and the only source of information that was available that we thought could actually collect the collective wisdom of humanity is obviously the internet. The internet has the collective wisdom of humanity captured in it. And the idea was, could we use that as a teacher somehow to create an artificial brain with neurons where the neurons were like books in the library, where we have every single book that, or piece of information that man has ever learned. We call them concepts, by the way. So they're represented on this slide for a second as books, but they're really concepts in the grand scheme of things. There's a concept for everything. As it turns out, we found out that there was 25 million of them that mattered. which is a big number, right? And the trick for trying to solve this problem is, if you want to do this right and do it mathematically, where our brains do it automatically, you have to actually figure out all the probabilities between all of these 25 million items. And that means there's trillions of them, just to put that in perspective for you. And it was a really, really hard problem to solve, but darned it if we didn't actually solve it. So look at the screen, and you see a bunch of books on this screen. So I'll bring this to life for you to show you how the brain kind of works and how this tech works. But if you look at this screen, you see what is apparently a bunch of random books, which it does look like random. Like at the top, you see stuff about pugs, and off to the right, you see some stuff about Norway and Iceland. And down to the right, there's some working out stuff, and off to the left, there's some anxiety stuff, and then up in the far right, I guess you're looking at, I don't know, is like stuff about music and whatnot. Just a bunch of stuff, right? And this is how our brains work, right? There's a bunch of stuff in your head. The way our brains work is we need a context for something. You got to understand something in the context of something else. This is what the connective tissue does. When you have a context, you suddenly have the ability to bring stuff together, right? So let's just take a look at this for a second. And I want you to imagine something, okay? Imagine you're the owner of a product, and that product happens to be a product that looks a lot like the pods we all wear, day in and day out. But this one was specifically created to help people sleep better at night, right? It's called sleep pods, and it's a real product from a real brand, right? Who was a real client of ours. So the concept here associated with this product, which is the catalyst for trying to understand what's going on, is sleep, right? Because that's the nature of the product. Okay, so when you introduce this construct, this context of sleep associated with the product itself, suddenly a technology like this opens you up to all of the reasons why consumers would be purchasing this product. So for example, now you look at the pugs, and you still don't understand what that is, but I'm going to tell you what it is right now, is you look at this product and you start to learn, because our AI can tell us this, that there's a pet angle to this product, in the sense that there's dogs, specifically short-nosed dogs, pugs and bulldogs, who, as it turns out, have breathing problems because they actually suffer from an illness. It's called brachycephalic syndrome or something. I say it like that only because our AI actually told us this, and like most of the time with our clients, I see some of this data that comes in the reasons why, and I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. What the heck is this thing? And then you look it up and you say, oh, it's pugs. They got a short palate problem and they snore and snort. And so what was going on here? The people buying this have those dogs. They're probably in bed with them at night, and they're keeping them up at night. And so they're trying to drown them out by buying these sleep pods. All right, really powerful reason why. The right corner is another one. It's like, well, what does Iceland, Norway, and Alaska have to do with my sleep pods? And I'll tell you what it is the sun stays up 20 hours a day, and so the AI is saying, oh, wait a second. That's why these people are buying this product, is because they're trying to figure out a way to sleep at night because the sun's up. And it goes on and on and on. This ability to change the way you look at the marketing problem by asking a different question with technology that is smart enough to answer that question can really help us get out from under the confines of the way it works today, and not only solve, if you will, the problem of the cookie and the IP address and the use of consumer data, which, by the way, if you're a brand marketer or a product marketer with any company that has a lot of consumers, you best be thinking about not using their data in any way, because if you can think 10 years out, as the privacy issue gets more stringent and more stringent, you'll lose customers if they know you're using their information in any way. At some point, it seems like that's where we're headed to me. So this kind of technology can free you up. And when you do free yourself up with this capability, it really, answers the promise, if you will, of what artificial intelligence is really ultimately designed to do. So what is that promise? A machine can act like a human can. This was the Alan Turing test, right? I think is it Intimidation Game? That was the movie, right? Like the father, I guess, of modern computing. He's often cited as the father of modern computing. And that was his test. When a machine can be indistinguishable from a human, you've kind of got yourself there. Now think about this. Marketing has been at this problem for years. Like, we've all heard it how many million times? The right person at the right place with the right ad. This how many times we've seen this, right? Everybody says they do this. But have we really done that? Have we gotten to that? Yeah, we're part way there. But to get the full way there, you really have to understand what's going on in the brain, what's going on with the emotions, with the thoughts. You got to know why. Why are they behind the screen, right? And that has nothing to do with who. It doesn't have to when you've got technology like ours. When you have this ability to do this, it frees you to be able to do things like, for a casino client of ours, right? To be able to tell them, hey, the steakhouse you've got is the draw for your casino. Of course, they're in the casino business, so they want to make money from gaming, right? Hey, the steakhouse, that's the draw, and the AI is saying that. But wait a second, it's saying more than that. It's saying, you better be thinking about vegan. And so you're all going to look at me and go, it's a steakhouse, right? What the hell does vegan have to do with it? Which is what the client says, because our tech does this, and it's usually like that. They're like, what are you talking about? Your stuff's not working, right? And we're like, no, wait a second, you don't understand, right? What the tech's telling you is that people come to your steakhouse in pairs, and there's a good chance one of them's a vegan these days. And they're not coming to your steakhouse, which means they're not going to your gaming, they're going somewhere else that has vegan. What does the casino do? They change their menu, and they put vegan items on the menu. And that's exactly what they did when they learned of this reality as a result of us, running the media for them and using this tech. It allows you to take an unbelievably great product from a company that is revolutionizing another pet-oriented thing, but revolutionizing the pet. So if anybody got dogs in the audience, you probably have an electric fence, static, you bought it, it costs a lot of money. It's designed to keep your pet within the confines of your home, typically. Very limiting. This company invented a technology that allows you to unleash yourself and your pet from that confines by having an app where you can draw a geo-boundary and anywhere you go, whenever you're on the road. What does the tech do? The tech basically allows us to tell that company, hey, wait a second. The tech's telling us that there's a lot of people who are RV enthusiasts who are showing an interest in this product. Now, by the way, they weren't even thinking about this. This is another thing. I see when you tell somebody the answer to these things, they're like, yeah, well, of course that makes sense. But like I was telling you, that's how your brain works. It's not like that stuff's not in there. You just didn't connect it, right? And so when I say it to you, you're like, oh, of course that's the case. They get the pets. They're on the road in the RV, and they want to map a geo-boundary because they're traveling a lot, and they don't want to lose the pet, right? Our AI has the ability to tell them that, and better, to target to it, right? So keep in mind, our tech targets the whys, not the who. We don't care who you are. We just care, hey, you got some kind of interest, you're behind a screen and you're interested in RVs. We know this, right? And then, of course, the pug example, right? It allows you to go to that client and say, there's an audience here, right? A lot of different audiences, but one of them, is this audience you never would have thought about yourself. So I'll leave you with this, all right? I think the promise of artificial intelligence is its ability to try to mimic as best we can the way the brain works. And the brain is language dependent. We view the world, our lens through the world is through our language. And when you have a technology that understands that language and can link that language together and can use it in a real world application like this that solves a really big problem and is already producing better results than conventional technology, I think this is something that's worth looking at, and a really cool way of applying a theory of mind-based artificial intelligence. So thank you. All right.
Thanks, Rich. Okay, what am I thinking right now? All right. Next, we're going to do some fireside chats, and by the way, we're giving away some marketing AI books and some champagne later. In terms of the champagne, you have to be able to pass the Turing test of is it AI or is it a human? So that'll be fun. And so I'd like to introduce Kate Brady, who's joining us from Pepsi, Head of Media and Partnership Innovation, and Steve Elliott from Rad AI, which is a very cool AI company that has to do with influencer marketing. And without further ado, I don't. We have everything but the fire. Where's the fire?
We are the fire. Should we cheers now or after a little intro?
Your call.
Great. Well, so Stephen Elliott with Rad AI and Kate Brady of Pepsi, and it is a thrill. It's an honor. For me, I wanted to open sharing that I love what we do. I love all brands, yet I grew up in a house with 5 brothers, and my father used to say, I love all you the same, but I don't like you all the same. Thank goodness I was the middle, I was the favorite. And growing up in Venezuela, I think maybe it's a good time to cheers now because we're about to talk about this. I grew up, unlike most of you Americans, drinking Pepsi. And I said, I love it. And she goes,
That's amazing, and I'm so excited, and I was surprised about Venezuela, but it doesn't surprise me that you love it because it's a great market for us.
So validated right there, and it's amazing. And I'm glad as well that I did find Pepsi at a local market, and I didn't have to relive the just Pepsi all over again, so we're good. And the other fun fact, just to call out, and rarely I try to do this because titles are just funny things, yet your title, I think, hits right on the head, which is Global Head of Media Innovation and Partnership Development.
It's a long title.
It is a mouthful, yet it hits right on it. And then that led me to look at everyone else's title that's attending, and that's a lot of titles. And I thought, how appropriate that she's one of the first with this title. Yet I think more than the title, we're going to have the content. So let's start. You just crested over a decade now at Pepsi. How does one do this?
Yeah, so I have now been with Pepsi for just over 12 years, so a little bit over a decade. And it's just been, I think, the fact that I still love to come to work every day. I love the brands that we get to manage. Pepsi is such an innovative company, and it always gives me the opportunity to continue to push and grow what we're doing. And I think we were talking about where, you know, the Pepsi brand itself, we always love to say it sits at the cross center or an intersection of pop culture, entertainment, and sports. And there's so much magic that can be done across our brands. And so I think that's always such an engaging thing. And so I've had the opportunity to grow in my career working across every single beverage that we have. I spent the first 9 years at PepsiCo in our media strategy team for our beverages group. The past almost 3 years, it'll be 3 years in July, I have been building this team of global media innovation and partnership development. And it was something that wasn't a part of our organization before I was able to take this role. So that's also been a fantastic journey of really building a team from the ground up.
Yeah, and with that, building the team, you've been in this specific role for 3 to 4 years?
Almost 3, yeah.
Oh yeah, almost 3. The reason why I keep going to 4 is just everything you've done.
We have done a lot. It's been great.
Well, what is it? You vetted over 1,000 with one of your partners?
Yeah, so part of the role, so the role was established, or the team, I should say, was established because of the recognition that the media landscape is continuing to change, massively fragmented. It's difficult for us to engage with our consumers in traditional ways. And so we needed someone or some people to be really focused on identifying, you know, the ethos of our team is saying, what we look to identify what's new, what's next, and what will be the best way for us to connect with our consumers. Everything we do, we try and be as consumer-centric as possible. And so for us, it was really about trying to find those. We also use the term cultural interception points of like, where are those areas that we can engage with our consumers in meaningful ways that we know, you know, there's fraught with ad blocking technologies because people are watching more SVOD type of content, because it's advertisement, I mean, there's thousands of messages out there. People are avoiding them or just numb to them. So I think, this whole summit is all about personalization and really identifying ways to be much more prescriptive so that you can resonate with those consumers with the messages that you're delivering.
Incredible. And something I love that you mentioned when we connected ahead of time was you said small and mighty team. Now, I pick up on, I try to focus on a lot of the words. You didn't say small but mighty. I've heard that. You said small and mighty team. And so would you mind sharing a little bit about your team and then as well the org structure that we were talking about, also just how you report into a few folks?
Yeah, sure. So when I started in this role, that almost 3 years ago, it was just me. So it was super small at that point. Luckily, since then, I have been able to grow the team. We are now a small and mighty team of 4, with the hope of continuing to grow. But we do a ton of work because we work across every single brand, across every single market of trying to bring these new solutions to the organization. And so it's a massive endeavor. But because of the innovation work that we're doing, we get the opportunity to partner with our tech venturing arm, which is another small and mighty, phenomenal team in our organization. And they're called the PepsiCo Labs team. The PepsiCo Labs team is globally structured, so we've got my counterparts are in both Tel Aviv and San Francisco because both are hotbeds for the startup community, but they have expertise and a massive network in the VC community. And so what they can do is, we identify what those business challenges are. They brief those VCs to help us identify startups that can then bring us new solutions so that we can do it. And I feel like I'm getting ahead of where our conversation was going, but we've got this, we've built out over the past 3 years, which seems like 4 or 5 or 6, we've built out this truly systematic process of bringing to life new solutions within the organization, most very AI or tech-based solutions. And that process starts with identifying what the business challenges are for the organization. It then goes into briefing those. You mentioned the 1,000, and I think I forgot to answer that question, but through this process, through the 3 years, we have evaluated over 1,000 startups through our program. And it speaks to the network that our labs team has, but also just how massive and evolving the media space is, that there are all these solutions that we can participate in and engage with and potentially partner with. But from there, once we've identified, the business challenge that we're trying to solve for, looked at those potential partners, we then go into the solutions. We then do rapid pilots. These rapid pilots go anywhere from 6 to 8 to sometimes 12 weeks, but we try and make them more sprint focused. And from there, we have a very objective assessment process, and the assessment process allows us to have very clear understanding of if we do or do not think that we should be scaling these solutions, and then we scale those solutions across the organization. And so bringing it back to your initial question, which I veered off so much, and I apologize for that. But within our org structure, we do dual report into our global chief marketing officer and our global CCO, and that I think really helps us land a lot of these because they have awareness into the work that we're doing. We're ongoing sharing out from a senior leadership to our MLC team. And so they get the insight to help us because within such a massively matrixed organization like PepsiCo is, we've found that you really do need that top-down push to drive that change management across the organization. Change management is the biggest challenge that we have in doing anything, but having the support of those high senior leadership has really helped drive that change.
Incredible. I'm so glad everybody gets to hear about that because it really captured a lot of my attention. And in fact, it just triggered an old quote by Stephen R. Covey, which is some people have 1 year of experience repeated 20 times, others have 20 years. I think you have 20 in 4 years.
That's a lot. I've learned a lot. It's been great.
And yet you're just getting going.
Yeah. And that's the beauty of it is that every year is something new. Every year that we've done this program with the PepsiCo Labs team, and this is the 4th program that we're running, that we're just initiating now, But there's different terrains that we're focused on. So the first year it was all about creative intelligence and creative development. The second year went into personalization at scale. So would love to share more about that. We then went into our personalization at scale, as well as gaming, sports marketing. The last year's efforts was all about competitive intelligence and performance marketing. And this year, and we're focused completely on Web3 technologies and how PepsiCo can go into that space. And I know we'll get into that, so I won't start talking about that.
I love it. I am sharing the notes for both of us. So yeah, really, when you think about where you are headed, let's then look at where you're at. When we were discussing kind of the broader team, ROI engine, Canvas tool, everything you're working with and pulling together. Can you share some details?
Yeah, so I sit in what's called the Demand Accelerator team within PepsiCo, and specifically the subset of the Demand Accelerator team being the Media and Data team. And our team is really driven or focused on building capabilities that we can share across the organization. And so part of that is from the innovation work that we're doing. But it also is developing tools that we share out. And so not my team specifically, but we have a team that focuses on our CDNA that we talked about. Our CDNA is our proprietary audience data sets that we are expanding globally. So in the US alone, we have over 110 million households. Understanding propensity to purchase data, as well as affinities to different ideas or associations. So it's a layers of lots of first party, but also second and third party data assets that we are massively trying to grow with additional first party assets, knowing the challenges we're going to face in the coming years. But so we've got these tools like CDNA. We have tools like our ROI engine, so knowing that we've had challenges, and just from a timely perspective of the traditional MMM model, we do measure, or we do rely on our ROI measurement for everything that we're looking towards as like the gold standard of what's working and what's not. And so we needed solutions that was going to help us get things in more real time, be more accurate. We found that some of the existing tools that we were leveraging were a little bit I think there were opportunities to improvement. I think what we saw in some of the reporting didn't really match with our hypothesis of what truly the reality should be. And when we developed our own tools, we found that we were seeing more positive results in some of the channels that were underperforming previously. I think that we saw that there was a bit of an antiquated way of looking at the traditional ROI measurement to date. So we've built out that tool to help us. Another one is our Canvas tool, which is an internal dashboard that we can have. All of our marketing organization can have an ongoing real-time understanding of all of the efforts that we're doing, everything across our total connections planning process. And so all of the innovation tools that we try and identify, we also have that layer of thinking of how can this embed into our existing capabilities? How can it enhance what we're doing so that it just makes it either work harder, work better, or smarter, so that all of our marketers can just really optimize their capabilities?
Excellent. And something I definitely want to double click on, as they say, a little bit more is you're on so many teams. You've done so much. And that's something that I hope if anybody's at a brand trying to wonder, how do we do this? How do we drive innovation? How do we do this at scale? I used to think that in the last 4 years, I've had a fortune of speaking to over 800 brands. So it's been a unique perspective. And oftentimes what I see is actually the individual in there trying to champion in themselves and be the catalyst, but the org, the leadership, is there saying, figure it out and then report back. It seems as though Pepsi is from the top down. Everybody's working, trying to get it going together, and then you're cross-leveraging all these different teams. Is that how it works from a day-to-day, or how does that happen?
Yeah, I mean, I think that innovation is recognized as of critical importance for future-proofing all of our business and our organization. And so I think it's really, I am so grateful. We have a brand new global CMO, Jane Wakely, and having conversations with her, just reinforcing the fact that it is so important for us to continue to innovate, to continue to hold and reserve dollars to be able to support that. I know we've always strived for that 70-20-10 mix of our A&M. Never happens. It just never happens. That last 10% that we're trying to reserve for innovation is always the first thing to cut. We're always having budget challenges that we're working through. But I do feel really confident that we've got the leadership in place to help safeguard those dollars and just recognize that if we want to continue to grow and remain, strong and from a performance perspective, we need to find these new solutions to do that. We need to leverage the data that we have. We need to put the dollars towards building more first-party data assets, and that's, I think there's a few key initiatives that across PepsiCo we're really leaning in on, and that is creative excellence, because we know how important it is to the overall ROI of what we're doing, but also just the performance as a whole, and then gaining more and being more self-reliant in our data sets. And so having that first-party data is recognized about how important it's going to be for the future-proofing of our brands.
Excellent. And talking about the future-proofing, then we look at the globalization. And that's something that when I saw your title and then when we connected, and then even just earlier, how you're talking about your daily flow, that you're up early for the Asia markets, and so it's not too convenient or inconvenient. And thinking then from that global to local to personalization, how is that really happening right now?
Yeah, and it's definitely a challenge managing global markets and time zones that go along with that. But I also love that we can pull so many great insights from different markets that are doing different things and cross-share those learnings and be able to lift and shift a lot of what's working in different markets. And there's definitely nuances that need to happen, but I think those things, to see the successes and find those new global scaling opportunities are really phenomenal. And I always feel most proud when I do see those, like the ability that I can truly say we've globally scaled some of the innovations that we found through the program. There's definitely some norms across the base, but I think as we build out all of our audience data work, as we do leverage more and more of these personalization tools, the ability to be more refined in our messaging and to nuance all of what we're doing, I think is going to be, is just going to make us more powerful in the long term. And so it's really exciting to see that come to life.
Yes, speaking of being powerful in the long term, I loved your 2022 goals. And so or kind of some of the things on the horizon when we think about Web3, crypto, NFTs. And yeah, let's talk about that. Where's Pepsi heading?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, our 2022 program going into 2023 is all about understanding and building what PepsiCo's strategic approach is in the Web3 space. And it is a completely nascent space for all of us. So it is, and we were talking, it's, sometimes it's terrifying thinking about the things that we're trying to accomplish, but it's also like so exciting to be just on the forefront of what's new and what we think could be in the future. And so we have been, over the past, I would say, 6 months or so, really dedicated in immersing ourselves in all things crypto, blockchain, NFTs, metaverse platforms, and just seeing how it comes to life and how can Pepsi play. And it is fraught with challenges for us right now because there's still, the SEC is still determining whether or not an NFT is a security, and there's tax challenges, and there's sanction challenges, and things that I never, ever, ever thought I would have to concern myself with. And but being able to learn about that and be on the forefront of that is really awesome. I think we talked about trying to be an expert in something new is always so challenging, and I definitely get imposter syndrome a lot when I'm talking about these things, but my boss will always come back and he'll be like, listen, you probably still know more than 95% of the people in the audience on this, so it's fine, don't worry about it. And so those are always it's encouraging to have that, but it's great to put yourself in a position where you are poised to be an expert on something new. And so that's always something. And I think, as I mentioned at the start, the opportunities that Pepsi has given me to continue to grow and to continue to learn, it just keeps me really going. And while sometimes slightly terrifying, but always super engaging and really excited to come back.
Yeah, I mean, in preparation, as I shared, and I hope everybody else has the fortune to listen to your podcast, Words of Wisdom, and how you broke that down that, hey, when I was new at this, I was being perceived as an expert, but you knew it was all new. And you went in there, though, and you really leaned into saying, well, I'm here because I'm prepared, and then now look at what you've built. And unquestionably, we know you're an expert in what you're doing. And so when you look at this, and if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit about what we were talking about, the future of what maybe Pepsi could be, and how you're gearing up for that.
Yeah, I love thinking about that, like what this. So, we like to say, and as we've been internally educating our organization, which I think is part of the critical part of any sort of innovation program, is setting that foundation of understanding. And so for us, we've been on my small and mighty team, we've been on a bit of a roadshow of like educating, this is a Web3 101, this is what this is. And we feel like we're at this inflection point now of what the internet, like what, when you think of Web 1 to Web 2 to Web 3, and 10 years ago when people were just questioning what social media was, or, is this the year for mobile? And 10 years before that of like, do I really even need a website for my brand? And so I feel like we're at that point now that I'm so excited to look back, 10 years from now and see, oh my God, I can't believe what all of these things have happened. And it makes us think like the metaverse, you can't drink Pepsi in the metaverse. You can't eat Pepsi, or at least at current technology, or eat Lay's chips or Doritos or, Cheetos or anything like that. So, but Pepsi's always been at that cross center. All of our brands have always been at that cross center of pop culture, music, entertainment, sports. So what if in 20 years from now, people think of PepsiCo or Pepsi as a music company or as an entertainment company and not as a food and beverage company, because this is what we're bringing to the world and to these communities, because Web3 is all community first. It's not about, it's not really brand driven, it's the community driven. And so what that perception of what PepsiCo can be 20 years from now is really intriguing to me, and to see like, okay, how do we lay that foundation to do that? So I think that's a really interesting thing to forecast and future proof. And we also talked about, the adoption. I think there's this, that whole Ready Player One, if you've seen it, the Oasis out there. Everybody will say, we're at least 20, 30 years out from living the Oasis, and maybe, but I also don't think that, and as we saw with the acceleration of the e-com during COVID and all like cord cutting through that, we've already chopped 5-10 years off of the timelines that I think all of the futurists were predicting on a lot of the technology. So when people say that the metaverse extreme type of platforms are still 10-20 years out, I don't know that I agree with that, because I do think that as we've seen the adoption curves truncate so much year over year, I think that we're going to be, and we have, my kids are tech natives, like they've grown up with iPads and with phones and all of, like they probably are better on the computer than I am, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see, closer to the Oasis, which is a little dystopian. I don't know what I want to see that, but like, I think that we're going to see that a lot closer, or a lot sooner than the really long-term later forecast may see.
Excellent. So, wanting to keep true to time. Also, I'm going to be up here at 3 o'clock. I don't want to be up here at 3:15 to delay dinner. I want to open it up to some questions. Yet yeah. I genuinely want to say something, which is, I was so excited whenever I saw your LinkedIn, thinking, okay, what is this person going to be like? And then I shared with you too, I posted a little bit about this on my own social, on my own LinkedIn. It's the highest engagement I've ever received. And clearly it's not me, so the variable is her. And if I didn't have the time to be able to interview you and such, I would be asking some questions. And so definitely, I hope we can open up the time. Is that okay for some questions?
Yeah, of course, happy to.
So definitely, we've got an expert up here and wanted to open it up to any questions anybody might have.
This has been great, Kate. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Stephen, awesome. You mentioned analyzing like 1,000+ vendors to drive the innovation. Are you also building your own solutions, like a venture studio model where you actually identify a gap in the market, say, well, this is what we need. No one has built this startup yet. Let's throw a few million at building a startup to do this thing.
Yeah.
Is that something that your team looks at?
Yeah, it's definitely a combination of both. And so I would say that it's the build versus buy analysis we're always exploring. And there's definitely circumstances where we think it's longer term, it's a better approach for us to create it internally. And sometimes it's just also just a stopgap if we want to partner with a startup, get a little bit more insight. And then from the VC perspective that we do, we typically don't prioritize equity in those companies. It's more about partnership and driving thought leadership and delivering like competitive advantage or trying to build some exclusivities. But equity is something that we do consider in kind of extreme use cases, and sometimes that's to help build our internal capabilities.
Yeah, hi. Enjoyed it very much so far. As I'm imagining you reporting to your board, for instance, and I'm curious, what metrics would you point to say this was indeed successful? Seems like a tough one, but
it is a tough one. So I think that, as I mentioned, ROI is always our kind of gold standard. It's usually not something that we can get for a lot of these new innovation type of platforms. So, but that being said, we always have a very robust, firm, detailed charter that has what the KPIs that we're trying to align to coming out of it. And so oftentimes that can be just things like brand health metrics, like ad recall, purchase intent, things like that. But there is always some sort of measurement model associated with it. It definitely changes based on what the program is, what the platform is. But having those KPIs aligned to before we go into any project, we never do anything without having some sort of measurement solution behind it.
Hi, Kate. Hi, Stephen. My name is Barry Lowenthal. Thanks very much for coming and talking. Kate, you talked a little bit about how you work within your organization, but how do you collaborate with your media agency partners who probably are responsible for activating some of these media innovations that you're uncovering?
It's a great question. So OMD is for I would say most of our agency of record. There are a couple of markets that they don't partner with us, but we have a really great global team that we work with that helps facilitate some of those, especially the things that we're trying to scale globally. And so they're the ones that help make those connections on both sides, and they sit in on our Labs Connect every week. They're part of really the core team building it, and so we definitely rely on their support to help ensure that we can deliver it. Because to your point, they're essential on us executing and activating a lot of the work that we're doing.
Great presentation, great insights. I'm curious, you said in, I think, year 2, you delved a little deeper into gaming as well as personalization.
Yeah.
And when I think metaverse, the first thing I always think of
Gaming.
is Roblox
Yeah.
and gaming. Have there been some specific insights that you've pulled out of the gaming learning that fueled the Web3 deep dives?
It's a great question. So I would say that in general, we would say that 95% of the metaverse platforms are gaming platforms at their foundation. We see gaming as a massive opportunity for PepsiCo in general across all of our brands. And I think that's part of the work that as part of that education work that we do as at the foundation to the organization, is just sharing that there are over 3 billion people that recognize themselves as gamers globally. And that's not just your 18 to 24-year-old dude in his basement drinking Mountain Dew, eating Doritos. Like, it's your Pure Leaf mom on the soccer field. It's like there's a number of different ways that we can connect to it. And from a personalization perspective, we've found a lot of great partners that help us be prescriptive and dynamic with the placements that we're doing with the partners, with the influencers that we're tying in. And so all of that really, we build on all of those insights that we learn from. And so we do see that we can't think about gaming in just that narrow focused space. And I think as the metaverse platforms continue to grow, you'll see so many more just different like affinity group types of platforms that will have specific purposes in this space. Because again, it's all about the community. And so you're building on those community relationships.
Hey, in the back here. My name is Andy Lutzke. I'm with Zomat, and we're speaking next. I'm not sure. Do my speakers want me to delay? I could really elongate this question. Do you need more time? We're good? Okay, we're good. So, Kate, my question's for you. Being involved in seeing so many interesting trends and technologies, Web3, music technology, data science, measurement, is it easy for you to get desensitized to all the newness? Now that you're in this position, what impresses you? What shocks you when you see something? What makes you go oh my God, this is so amazing? Or is it just like a sea of sameness of like the future? Like, are you living in some like hybrid wonky future where you're seeing things that are beyond imagination that us mere mortals would be like, wow, and you're just like, nah, whatever, it's passé at this point?
No, definitely not there yet. I think, that it's always like, I try and, because we see so many things, I try and just see, is there something that I really want to share with my husband or my friends, or like, and so that's a good barometer of like, oh my God, this is really cool. Like, let's focus on this. I also say, is this going to make my life easier? Is this going to make our stuff work harder? So those are also the solutions that we're trying to accomplish for. So definitely not jaded by, seeing so many yet. And it's just, at this point, it's just, how do we find the bandwidth to be able to explore all? Because there's so many really cool solutions. And so that's where having partners like the labs team help us really streamline some of those views is also super helpful.
Excellent. Well, Kate, what a
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Thank you. I'm looking
Thank
forward to
you all.
seeing what the next 3 to 4 years are going to
Yeah,
bring.
that's
Appreciate
great.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next fireside chat is Molly from IBM, who of course is deep into AI with their Watson program, and Danny from Zomad, which is an AI influencer company. I'll leave it to you.
Thank John. It's been great to really learn a lot of insight and sharing, and congratulations to Kate with the Small and Mighty team. It's done an amazing job. And really like the way that Rich had put together of how to frame AI and what AI can do and making the patterns. And so with us, when we think about, okay, great, with all the great things that AI can provide insights, but at marketers or as operators, somebody that make decision, we normally think, so what? What is the next step? What are we gonna do? So Molly and I are today to kind of share the applications of that, and one of the bubble that Rich had showed related to personalization strategy. And with that, I'll let Molly kind of share your background at IBM.
Great, thank you, Danny. So my name is Molly Ranganam. I am the group product manager of our content platform ecosystem. Now, before describing what that is, because it's very vague, I want to provide a little bit of a history of me at IBM. I joined IBM 5-ish years ago under the guise of content analytics. So how do we measure the success of content across our different channels in context of the who and where they are within their journey? And during that endeavor, I said, wait a minute. We can't even measure content because we don't know what type of content we have. There are several different organizations within IBM marketing that build their own content, that have their own measurements of KPIs, that have their own tactics for marketing their product or for marketing within their market. And so we had no really standardized governance model around how we build content, where we store content, how we publish it, how do we measure its success. So then how can I even do content analytics? And I went to various people, and over the course of a couple of years, eventually created this team called the Integrated Content Platform team, and that's the content ecosystem team. And really, the intent of that team is to bring our 26 different platforms for content creation, to storage, to management, to publishing, to reporting, all together into one standardized, integrated team to develop a really secure, innovative, what I call marketing supply chain, from content creation to publishing, to measurement, to optimization, so on and so forth. So the content platform ecosystem includes our content management systems, our digital asset management systems, our content creation workflow tools, our reporting mechanisms and data layers behind that, as well as our A/B testing and personalization tool. So it's really bringing everybody together so that we work towards the same objectives. And that is what I do.
So in other words, your job is really focusing on optimizing the usage of brand-owned content on your own platforms across different multiple devices or applications. Is that correct?
That's right. The IBM's always like, and I'm sure a lot of companies are always saying, well, we want to do personalization at scale in as automated fashion as possible. How can we even do personalization if we don't have the foundations for that? So that's really the focus on my end, is foundations, the content, and then I have a counterpart who's working on the foundations from the audience perspective.
Okay, gotcha. So it sounds like where our work ends is where your work begins. And hi everybody, I am the head of technology, product, and strategic growth for Zomat. We are a influencer research and marketing agency that turned into more of a technology company, and we've done work from activating celebrity like J-Lo, and to really focusing now these days activating massive army of nano and micro creators. We like to call them creators rather than influencer because the terms is sort of like quickly be associated with celebrity like Kendall, Kylie, Kardashians, and things like that. And for us, it's all about deploying these strategies to really still along the line of personalizations, right? But our goal is to use this massive group of content creators who has such a great trust with the target consumer that own the brands, try to reach and engage with and drive traffic, to the brand's platform. But from our own experience too, that we have seen though, even though we have such an amazing program where we double the traffic driving within, year to year, from year to year, web traffic performance metric that indicate, and we've seen that brand unfortunately has failed to capture that traffic landing on their website. So it really speaks loudly about what you are doing at IBM. With that being said, really curious about, what are the different complexity, like challenges that you face given such an enormous endeavor that you are taking on right now, because IBM is such a global company and doing so many things.
So it's really hard because we're trying to balance the building of the foundations in parallel to the ever-evolving technology and ways that people are consuming content. We're trying to stay very focused in my world on building out that foundation. Because again, you can't do personalization if you don't even know what content you have and how it resonates with others. Now, at IBM, we're a very large company across several different markets, offering several types of products, many of which aren't tangible physical items. And the ways in which we connect with our clients and our prospects are varied, whether it's through digital interactions via the web and email, whether it's in-person events that then can lead to further interactions, whether it's sales meetings, whatever it may be. There's lots of forms of engaging potential individuals and pushing them through our journey to eventual conversion, retention, and brand loyalty. And with all of that complexity, there's also a lot of complexity around the content itself. So the challenge for us is coming up with really the standardized way of building out a content library, kind of reminiscing on the opening concept of a library in the brain. I'm literally building a content brain where we have standards around what content is in there. We're building out our own Dewey Decimal System for indexing content for easy retrieval. We're building out our analytics program to better understand how content performs within the context of a journey and within expressed interests based on the consumer's patterns of interest. So the complexity is really in the standardization of it all, to then provide that input and knowing that, the content itself can be delivered across different mediums and within different channels and different forms of engagement. I'll also say another area of complexity is not just building that library, but, and I touched on this already, measuring the performance of content, especially in our cookieless future. Because so much of what we historically measured content on is the who was engaging with it and looking at them based on certain attributes. And now we're having to get more into the why and into the, well, what are they expressing from an interest perspective? What are their behaviors telling us? So on and so forth, to help us identify what types of content resonate most with the particular consumer. So that's kind of my main objective. Again, build that content library, have it adopted across our marketing and sales organization, and ensure that in a future state, it's as streamlined and standardized as possible for finding content and in the future automatically publishing across our different channels and evolving it. I'll also add one more thing, which is, in order to personalize content, you have to have different variations of it. And that those variations can be, based on industry or job role, but it can also get to the granularity of the individual itself. So, as we're building this content library, it's not just around process, standardization, governance, syndication strategies, and performance strategies. It's also around, well, how do we even create variations in a manageable fashion? Because we could end up having, 500 variations of one item based on its targeted audience, based on the channel it's in, based on if it's digital or corporal, whatever it may be. So that's another area that we're really diving into.
Great. So with that being said, can you share a little bit about how AI or perhaps the capability that IBM Watson's has, how's that going to help kind of solving the challenges, the complexity that you are working on?
Sure. So again, IBM is a very big company. We have several different markets. We have over 250,000 employees. We have a whole slew of products, hundreds of products. And we have a lot of content, literally well over 1 million types of content across our organization. No way in heck can an individual manage all of that alone. We can't have people building content, uploading it somewhere, tagging it somewhere, tying in the KPIs to it. It's just not scalable. It's just not possible. So as we're building out these processes, and as we're building out this model of the content library, we're also identifying areas in the future for automating some of these processes. So we have our own natural language process algorithms that will assist with the classification of content. We have our own kind of machine learning processes to tie performance data to our content so we know what type of content resonates well. And of course, taking a step back, big picture, I'm just one pillar, right? I'm the content side. There's also the audience side. So the two of us in our respective pillars are working towards developing our personalization brain. And that's where, really a lot of the AI work comes together, because we'll have the foundations in content and we'll have the foundations on the audience side.
Great. Thanks for sharing all of that. It's definitely, one of the points that you touch on in terms of performance metrics, which is everybody love to hear here. And for us, it's, one thing that we have seen so far from the brand, the brand side, and for you also to kind of looking at content based on like pieces, like individual pieces, but not really looking at it as more of a collective, you know, like how the content flow through one end to the other. Don't you agree? Sort of like that, sort of the challenge. In our own world, we've seen that it's the same thing when brand looking at a influencer strategy. They always just think, if this pieces of if this pieces of post, how many impressions they got, what is the engagement, you know, is that, and that's it. Or sometimes they're getting into more on the sentiment of the type of the comment that's there. But then they follow, they sort of overlook the fact that actually when you look at things, you need to look at it as a holistic. It's like how the consumer going through a journey, right? And us, if you think about it, when we're making the decision on purchasing anything or consider to do something, the people that really influence us are the people within our network, the people that we know, right? I would not purchase a skincare product just because Kylie used it. I probably turn and say, oh, okay, great, good for you. But if my friends or the people who I follow on social media has known to me that she tries different things all the time, and she talked great about this philosophy, you know, skincare product, for example, or this Olay retinol, or or something like that, if she say it, I'm gonna start pay attention. But she doesn't have millions of followers, right? She's only have maybe 5,000, or if less than 10,000. And then I have another friend who wants to talk about the product. Now, when 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 people to talk about that, then I start to make that decision, right? When you do your performance measurement on platform and branded, brand-owned content, did you see the same kind of, behavior in terms of performance metric that you see across the integrated, consumer journey?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think there's a lot of challenges behind that question too. So certainly the journey can be fragmented, and there's different ways of engaging, whether it's via our website or a sales meeting or an event or whatever it may be. There are different types of interactions that we have. But I would say the other major complexity for us is we're a B2B company. We're not a B2C company. So the types of interactions we're getting by individuals, and we're trying to process their contextual clues, their interests, really getting to the motive of the why. But it's really hard to identify the motive of the why when you have 5 different individuals engaging with us, all for the same business, each with their own motives. So how do we identify the why for within a B2B framework is a challenge. So it's fragmented in a lot of different ways, because there's a lot of different types of engagement throughout the prospecting, conversion, and retention process. But IBM is also engaging with a lot of different people. And a lot of those people, might not even be the decision makers at the end of the day. So it's a balance between kind of identifying all those touch points and putting together standard KPIs around that. It's a balance, certainly for my audience counterpart, on taking the different forms of engagement with our content and identifying profiles around a business as opposed to an individual. And I can't say we have a solution yet. We're still very much experimenting and working towards this dream state of having a solution. But it's certainly something that's at top of mind consistently as we're continuing to develop the foundations required for our personalization at scale strategy.
Great, thanks for that. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I mean, it's an ongoing process, right? It's something that it's a long journey. And in fact, I just recently have conversations with one of the AI experts, work for XPRIZE organizations, and they've done a lot of program on innovations. And they actually said one of the things is where like in the agency world, like we kind of apply various different AI on trying to come up with the best, capability to serve our client, whether it is to, find the best group of content creators who can enable our brand client to really engage with the target audience by multiple content creator as part of the campaign, so that we can really drive actions. And even especially we've seen like very great return, like ROI, for when it comes to public health. Like we actually also start, since the pandemic, we start working with public health department across the nation. So we've seen the vaccination rate correlate very, very closely to, whenever 100 of content creator posting within a short period of time. Like for all these, sort of looking at these ability of how to identify, like building capability further to really accelerate and put steroid on this kind of engine to really deliver the final ROI. One of those things is that agency had been doing it themselves, using third-party data most of the time. But there's so much power when the first party and the third party, so the agency and the brand coming together and collaborate. Because what AI can do is over time, as it learns, consumer, like the first data as well as third party data and things that we do from the agency work, to really even identify new type of performance measurement beyond than just a simple number, right? Because that you see on one of Rich example, it's all these pieces, the pattern that coming together that give us the answer that we overlooked, right? I think that's one of the wish per se, right? Would to be able to kind of bring these two parties together to work closely. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge endeavor to really, especially in this day and age, as things are constantly evolving, come up with a personalized journey. And we try, and we are doing as much in-house as possible, right? We have our own creative agency. We are, working with our existing technologies to develop our abilities for AI within our personalization landscape, but we certainly can't do it alone. So, we're certainly coming into it with our own perspective, right? We define our own marketing strategy, we define our own targeted audience, we define our own KPIs, we build our own content, and we're building our own personalization engine. But again, we can't do it alone, and it's important to get that unique perspective on things that we don't have, and there's also only so much that we can do. So to really be successful, there is a level of partnership, and we do work with different agencies across the strategy perspective, the creative perspective, the media perspective, and with collaboration with those agencies, we then are able to come up with a comprehensive model.
Great, thank you. And I think it's about time to open the floor for any questions from the audience. Cameras don't pick you up if you're not mic'd.
So thank you both for coming and speaking. And Molly, just a point of clarity. It sounds like your responsibility is aggregating content across the organization that runs on your owned channels. So I guess one, did I hear that right? And two, how do you activate all of this content in your paid channels? And how do you decide which particular piece of content that will run in like a typical advertising format, like the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times? I guess, how do the different brand managers get access to this ginormous library of content?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And yes, you got it right. So my main objective is to create the aggregated model of content across the organization. And that content is intended to be used both within our own channels, but also within the paid landscape, whether it's an ad in a online periodical or a television ad, whatever it may be. The key to that decision of where and when and how can we use content within those channels is really based on the analytics element, as well as the brand messaging behind that content itself. So it's twofold. One is we work very closely with our brand organization to ensure that everything, within the library, specifically designed for paid media tactics, aligns with a certain structure of messaging and design and voice and things along those lines, and having the right metadata around that, so the brand team can easily access all of that information within the library. The other element is, again, the analytics, and that's the hard part, especially when you have paid media across, television, digital forms of engagement, events. It's hard to create a comprehensive view around certain pieces of content, knowing that there's different forms of engagement. So what we're doing is we're working with our brand organization, we're working with our paid media organization to gain as much information around performance as possible to then ingest back into our content system. So as a brand manager is looking at what is available within the library, they can also see what performs best within a certain channel, what doesn't perform at all, and what does perform okay but could be optimized through another creative life cycle.
Hey Molly, it sounds like you have your hands full on a day-to-day basis. I have a follow-up on that question actually, and it's from the standpoint of pumping out new content on a day-to-day basis, how are you identifying the quality and the success of the individual content that resonates with the audiences for each of the products that you have? Because I think you had mentioned you have hundreds of thousands of pieces of content, but particularly in the B2B space, I think it can be hard to identify what's successful and what's not. So I'm curious what types of systems you're using to identify what succeeds and what potentially fails.
Good question. So I would say, when I joined IBM a couple years ago, they were pumping out so much content, and content marketers measured themselves based on how much content they were building. And there was kind of a point of intervention where we said, well, it's not necessarily about the quantity of the content, it's about the quality of the content. So the way that we're even incentivizing building content is more around don't build more content. Go out there, see what we have that exists today that you couldn't find in the past when we had all these decentralized systems. See what exists today, identify how they're performing, and see if you can reuse or optimize the existing content to meet your objectives. So that doesn't really answer your question, but I just wanted to get that out there. We've transitioned kind of ideologies from build to make less matter more. Now, in regards to measurement tied to strategies within the digital space or tied to product, it's a tremendous challenge, again, because there's a lot of different channels in which you can engage with content and a lot of different forms of engagement as a result of those channels. I would say another challenge is we have to ensure that the KPIs we associate with content are also easy to understand and can resonate with anybody. So the way that we're doing this is we're leveraging a series of different tools to collect performance metrics of content. And then kind of aggregating all of that information, standardizing it within a singular view, and creating what we're calling the content scoring model, which will basically say, hey, here's the overall score of content. And then kind of if you dive into it, you can get the granularities of how it performs within a channel, how it performs within the context of, say, a web page, whatever it may be. The types of tools are all over the spectrum. So we have our web performance tools. We use Google Analytics to capture web traffic data. For a lot of our paid tactics, we work with agencies that leverage their own performance measurement tools that we then import into our data warehouse. We've built our own multi-touch attribution model as well that, again, we import. We of course, leverage sales data as well, and our marketing conversion data as well. So basically, we have a combination of web traffic, attribution data, paid media data, conversion data, client retention data, that we all bring together into this one warehouse. We do some massaging to it, and then eventually pop out a content score for folks to look at.
Hello. Okay, thank you so much. We're going to take a 7-minute break, and then Paul Rotzer, who runs the Marketing AI Institute, will be up here to kind of give you guys the basics of what's going on across the board in marketing AI, and maybe talk a little bit about his new book. 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
20-minute break.
That means 7 minutes means
Sure.
20.
Years owning a marketing agency, and somewhere along the way, after I wrote my first book in 2011, I decided to try and figure out the story of AI and its potential application to all of us as marketers. So John mentioned there is a book. So the book actually comes out in 3 weeks. June 28th is the release date for the book, but it looks like we have some in the back of the room, and John probably has a creative way to figure out who's going to get the first copies ever distributed of the book. So this is actually a quote from the introduction to the book. It says, "We are in a rare position to create change, to reinvent what it means to be a marketer. You don't have to become a machine learning engineer or data scientist to take advantage of what AI enables. You simply have to understand what is possible with smarter technologies and apply them to your business and your career." That is the fundamental thing that I want you to take away from today, is that AI is actually an extremely approachable thing. It is not abstract. You use it dozens of times every day in your consumer life. So this morning, you've probably used AI a dozen times already. If you spoke to Siri or Alexa, if you used Google Maps to get here. So your life is infused with artificial intelligence. It creates convenience and personalization in the apps you use and the technology you use. That's what's going to happen in the business world, in marketing and advertising, but we're not there yet. It's very early, actually. So when you look at this, all these different ways, so when Netflix recommends a show or a movie, Spotify learns the music you like, LinkedIn curates your feed, TikTok's For You page. If you have a Tesla or have been in a Tesla, the way it does autonomous driving, or its form of it, it's very early, raw form of autonomous driving, it's using neural networks. It's using some of the things that Rich was talking about today. These are all ways that you use it. And you don't ever get routed around on Google Maps an accident and think, thank God for machine learning. But you don't get routed around that accident without machine learning. So these apps, these technologies are not possible without artificial intelligence. And so there will come a day in the not too distant future where every piece of software you use is infused with artificial intelligence. But again, we're not there today. Now, that previous slide, the vast majority of those applications, of those technologies, were created in the last 10 years. There's been immense leaps forward in AI in the last 3 years in particular. We'll talk about some of those in a moment. But the rate of change, the rate of advancement of artificial intelligence technology is exponential. And so the level of innovation we have seen over a 10-year period is going to start to happen in 3 years to 5 years. And then it's going to start to happen every quarter. And then it's going to start to happen every month. If you go, like if you want to see this at work, go into your iPhone and take a picture of, there aren't many plants in New York, but take a picture of a plant or a flower. Then go into your iPhone, look at the photo, and in the bottom there's a little eye with some stars on it. It means it's recognizing what plant or flower that is. That was really hard to do, but it uses computer vision to do it. You can search for any object within a photo and it can do it. Soon, you'll be able to search for any object within a video, and any piece of video you have on your phone. Apple may have released this already, but you're able to recognize all these things within all this media, and it opens up the possibilities of what we can do as marketers and as business people. The thing that people always want to do is assign a value to this. Like, okay, how much is AI going to change the world? So all the big guys have tried to do this. McKinsey, Deloitte, PwC, everyone's tried to assign a value to the impact AI will have. The best study I have seen, this is actually from 2018, but it's still the best because it went the deepest, in my opinion. They looked at 9 business functions, including finance, HR, operations, strategy. The number one by far in impact was actually marketing and sales. And when you look at this chart, it gives you a sense. So there's 7 categories they broke it into. Now, this doesn't even delve into creativity, which is a whole nother area we'll talk about. But you can start to get at a very high level a sense of the impact. Now, it's in the trillions. Now, they all disagree on how many trillions, but they agree there's a T involved, a T being trillions. So if you look at like pricing and promotion, and you think about like airlines is a great example. They've been using this stuff for 7-10 years in the airline industry. The ability to dynamically price based on behavioral signals to that right price at the right time to the right consumer, that's unlocking value. So when we look at this value creation, what you're talking about is unlocking value that is sitting there. So if you can create the optimal price point for your product or service at any given time, you can unlock value. If I can get, so like I'm running a conference in a couple weeks, couple months. If I can get people to buy a ticket for $200 off instead of $400 off, if I know that they'll buy the $200 and I don't have to give away the $400, the delta on that can make a huge difference if it's a multi-thousand person conference. But how in the world, as a human, am I supposed to optimally figure out pricing? There's no way. Should the email subject line say 20% off or $200 off? I have no idea. But the AI does, because it can take all this data in. And so you start to look at all these different things, churn reduction, budget allocation, which was actually my original foray into AI, was to solve strategy. I was running an agency. It's like, okay, people come to me and they want 500 B2B leads next quarter. How? When I graduated from Ohio University in 2000, there was like 5 ways to spend your money. By 2011, there's 5,000. So how do I figure out the way to get 500 leads for $50,000 across 5,000 channels? You couldn't. And so I actually started exploring AI and said, can AI do this? So when you drill in and start making it really tangible, my working theory is that within 3 to 5 years, at least 80% of the tactical things we do every day as marketers will have AI infused to it in some capacity. It's not going to replace you, it's not going to take your job, but it's going to intelligently automate a piece of that role. Now, people often ask me, am I going to be out of a job? And I say, well, if your job is to A/B test landing pages all day, 8 hours a day, that's all you do, yes, you are out of a job. You're probably out of a job last year, but like, it's just tactical things. AI is taught to do very narrow, specific tasks. So we've asked the market. We did a study with Drift, and actually we're releasing the new findings from the 2022 report on June 30th, but this is from last year's survey. And we said, how would you classify your understanding of AI terminology and capabilities? 50% said beginner, 37% said intermediate. My belief is that, and you could actually apply this at the CMO level. I think beginner might be higher at the CMO level in some cases. If you said, can you walk into the CEO's office right now, in one sentence explain what AI is, and make a business case for why you should be investing in smarter tech? Could you do that? My guess is 98% can't do it. Like, we are so early, and I say that as a good thing, because if you can comprehend this stuff, and you can get this stuff in 30 minutes, you don't have to go to school to get this stuff. If you can understand at a fundamental level what AI is and what it does, you are so far ahead of the industry. I'm talking with the leading universities in the world right now who are trying to figure out how to build AI into their business curriculum and experiences. So we have students coming out of college, the best universities, who have no idea what this stuff is. And then we asked, which do you consider barriers to adoption? Now, there's obvious ones in here, lack of talent, lack of strategy, but the thing that's sort of shocking to me, this was the highest delta of any question we asked out of 14 questions. 70% said lack of education and training. So just further valid, like, people don't even know where to go to learn this stuff, which, considering I run an institute that teaches this stuff, is a good finding, but it was not a finding I actually expected to see. So then when you zoom out and you say, okay, this all makes sense, I guess, like it's going to be important, trillions of dollars, it sounds really important. What I'll tell you is, and this is the first chapter of the book starts with this retroactive look back over the last 2 decades. What I'll tell you is Google, Amazon, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Salesforce, Adobe, Baidu, DeepMind within Google, they're about 10 companies, or IBM, we just had somebody from IBM, they have believed this for 2 decades. Like, this isn't new. AI goes back to the 1950s, the theory of what AI could do. But since the late 90s, the major platform companies have believed it was the future. And what happened in the last few years, the last 8 to 9 years in particular, what was theorized in academia is actually being realized and commercialized. And so there's this massive land grab for talent and for capabilities. So this is a quote that Sundar has actually said over and over again. This wasn't like a one-time thing. He says variations of this every time he's on stage. Then you have Satya. It's the defining technology of our times. Generate real business returns and drive digital transformation. Microsoft wants to turn every industry into an AI-first industry. So whether you at your organization are doing this or not, what you have to realize is the big platform companies are. They think it's the future, and they think the future is now. And as a result, what's possible for you now and in the very near future is going to be almost hard to fathom. So the PepsiCo was a fascinating conversation because they're at that forefront. They're looking out around the corner of the things like most of us aren't seeing every day. And so what's happening is, as these, like AWS, if you go to Amazon Web Services machine learning page, there's like 30 pre-trained machine learning models to do image recognition, speech recognition, recommendation systems based on the way Amazon does the recommendation systems on their website. Like, you can go get a pre-trained model to do something that 4 years ago you couldn't build for $1 million. And it's sitting there right now. You go get your data scientists and whoever, sit in a room, like, you can go apply this stuff like right now. And so what's happening is we have a lack of leadership in the marketing industry that understands this and can envision solutions to problems that they couldn't previously solve. And so there's an opportunity to build a next generation of marketing leaders who have this knowledge, who can actually not age band it. I'm not saying like the kids coming out of school. I don't care if you're the CMO and you've been doing this for 40 years. If you embrace change and if you look at ways to apply smarter technology, you can very quickly transform what your organization does. So I talk about this next-gen marketer concept. First and foremost, and actually, obviously, the theme of today is personalization. So you're able to create those experiences that consumers expect. So go back to that slide of all those apps. As a consumer, I hate inefficiency. Like, I'm expecting convenience and personalization. And if it's B2B software, I don't care. I run companies. Like, if I have to research a product at 10 o'clock at night, because that's the only moment I have, I don't want a chatbot that can't actually engage with me and understand what I'm asking for. I want to have that same level of convenience where I get answers right away. So the ability to build that creative possibilities, I'm going to show you a couple of things that to me are kind of mind-blowing, but then real business results, like turning this stuff into actionable numbers, KPIs that matter within your organization. So this is my kind of call to action, not just for you, but for the industry. Like, you can be a next-gen leader. Like, we don't have to wait around for this stuff. This isn't go back to school for 2 years and figure it out. So I always feel like it helps just take a step back and create a baseline of like, well, what exactly are we talking about? So this is by far, trust me, I have looked far and wide for definitions of AI that first made it make sense to me and then made it so I could explain it to other people. This is the best. So this comes from Demis Hassabis. How many people in the room know who Demis Hassabis is? That's shocking. Okay. My opinion is Demis will end up being probably one of the 3 most important people of our generation. So he built a company called DeepMind. It was acquired by Google in 2014 for about $700 million. If you ever saw AlphaGo on Netflix, where they built the world Go champion, Lee Sedol, that was Demis's team. They're basically trying to build general intelligence by teaching it to win at games. So within Google, they're doing all kinds of insane things. But Demis said it's the science of making machines smart. What he means by that is the software you use to do your job, the computers you use, everything you've grown up and been used to, a programmer wrote rules that told that software what it could do, and then you write rules that tells it what to do. So if you want to send an email marketing campaign, somebody coded how the email marketing software works, and then you say, I want to send to this list, here's the subject line to use, here's when to send it, here's the you tell it everything. You're writing rules as a marketer what to do. This, the machine can actually learn on its own. It can get smarter. It can make you better at your job by taking data in, creating smarter outputs. So it's just a simple concept, but it's this idea of making machines smart. So we borrowed and kind of took inspiration from it and said, marketing AI is the science of making marketing smart. And at the end of the day, that's what we're trying to do as marketers. So I try not to get bogged down in a bunch of definitions, but I feel like this is a really important slide. AI is just this umbrella term, tools and technologies that make machines smart. The primary subset, and you hear this get confused all the time, it's like, is machine learning AI, is AI machine learning? One, it doesn't really matter to you, like this doesn't matter to do what you need to do, but machine learning is the primary subset of AI. It is the thing that enables prediction and personalization. You cannot have personalization at scale without machine learning, because it learns from the data and it enables you to better target messaging, better target audiences. All of those things become possible because the machine takes data in and it learns. It's a very literal definition. Machine learns. The subset of that we hear about is this idea of deep learning. And this is the stuff we were hearing about this morning with neurons in the brain. They're trying to teach the machine how to see, how to hear, how to understand, how to speak. That's made possible by deep learning. It's trying to imitate human capabilities. If you had a machine that wasn't smart, and you showed it this podium, and you showed it me and that pole, it has no idea the difference between those things. But if you teach a machine textures and colors and sizes, and now all of a sudden the machine's able to think and see the way a human would see. So there's three primary categories I tell people to think about when you're trying to understand applications of AI. The first is language. Rich mentioned this morning. There's a belief that language is fundamental to intelligence. So we want to give machines the ability to think and to act in a way humans can. They have to first understand and be able to generate language. So Gmail, if any of you use Gmail, it finishes a sentence for you. It's kind of cool. What it's doing is, you hear this word over and over again, predicting. It's predicting the next word the human would write. It learned that by reading every email all the humans wrote for years and years and years. So Google, for probably 8+ years now, has had a team of some of the smartest AI researchers in the world trying to figure out how to generate language. And so that's what you see in Smart Compose. If you use Google Docs, you may have recently seen summarization in the top left corner. What it's doing now is it's actually taking in all the things, it's reading everything in that doc and trying to abstract what is that document about. So it summarizes it in 20 words or less. This is content summarization. Like if I was running $1 billion fund right now to invest in this kind of technology and build it, content summarization would be like 1A. Think about all the places where we have all this information, we're trying to process thousands of words. It's like, what does it mean? Just like, give me the 200-word brief. AI can do that. And very soon, it's going to be in all these products you're using. It's going to do this stuff for you. But again, voice recognition, like the way Siri and Alexa know who's speaking, text to speech or speech to text. Like if you use Zoom and it transcribes, it's using Otter.ai to transcribe your voice into text. Like it's everywhere within what you're doing. The way I wrote the book was we took hundreds of thousands of words of audio, transcribed it into text, and then analyzed the text to start filling the book. So when you write a 60,000-word manuscript, if you start with 300,000 words of voice to text, it actually gives you a nice head start on a book. This one, again, I've been studying this space for 10 years. This was the holy shit moment for me. Not Imogen from Google, which just came out 2 weeks ago, but it's something called DALL-E 2. Anybody heard of DALL-E 2? Okay. Organization called OpenAI. Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, some billionaires got together and said, let's open resource AI research, best people in the world. They go get Sam Altman from Y Combinator to lead it, and they start working on language generation. So GPT-3 comes out of the OpenAI lab. That's the language model a lot of the language generation is built on today. April 6th, they released something called DALL-E 2, which you can give a text prompt, and it generates an original image, pixel level up. It's not taking stock photos and mashing them together. It's actually generating an image. My wife is an artist. My daughter is a want-to-be artist. And I saw this, and I went downstairs, and I sat down with my wife, and I said, okay, let's just listen to me for a moment. Like, I got to think this through. Like, creative wasn't supposed to be the domain of AI in the near future. Creative was supposed to be last. So I talk to people about repetitive data-driven tasks. I talk about the way that AI can be applied today to like save us time and money, and it's great, and it frees us up to be more human. Shit, like what if it comes for creative? What if illustrations are done by machines in the future? What if the children's book that my daughter wants to write can be illustrated by an AI? What if my blog post, I can just say, here's what the blog post is about, like create an image for me. I never need stock photos again. Like, are we there? And I was asking myself this, like, have we gotten there without me realizing this was going to happen? The answer is no, but it's only because they won't release this because of the way it can be used by bad actors. So you can imagine, like it can take anyone, like just pick a name, it can create them in unfavorable images and situations. There's no stopping it. The same way you can build deepfakes and disinformation and misinformation. So the only reason we're not seeing much faster and larger adoption of large language models like GPT-3 and this kind of technology is because they haven't figured out yet how to stop it. Because, and if you go to this page and you scroll down, Google very explicitly says, here are the reasons we're not releasing this. We don't know yet how to solve the problem of people using it in evil ways. It's not that the barriers are there to the actual tech. So these are things like, again, the way your iPhone unlocks your face, the fact that for 6 years Facebook knew who was in the photos you uploaded, like all of that is the computer being able to see and understand things. The final area, and the most practical probably, is personalization. So prediction, it's, again, everything we do is predicting things, but the primary way it's used is personalization. Recommendation engines is another. Like if on your website today, if you're a B2B company, you wrote a rule that says, oh, if they downloaded this ebook, show them this ebook next. Or if they attended this webinar, do this pop-up. You're writing rules. You suck at it. We all suck at it. We're humans. Like you can't think about this at scale. You can't think about hundreds of thousands of people and like the why that Rich was talking about. Like you can't get into the why they're there and why they downloaded the thing they downloaded before. But AI opens the possibilities to do personalization at scale. So I've always found it's helpful to drill into this at a use case level because it starts to make it even more tangible. So you got language, vision, prediction. Underneath that are thousands of use cases where AI can or has been built. The thing to think about when you're trying to say, do I have a use case for AI? Is it data-driven or should it be data-driven? You have data that should be informing a decision, maybe you're not using it. Is there a repetitive process? I can say, here are the 7 steps I go through for 30 hours a month to do this thing. If you can define a repetitive process, there's a really good chance AI can be used. And are you making a prediction? Again, zoom out. I'm sending an email campaign. I'm predicting which segment to send it to. I'm predicting what time to send it. I'm predicting what subject line will get them to open, predicting what offer to get. It's all predictions. Everything we do as marketers is actually trying to predict outcomes and behaviors. We just don't think about it that way. So here's an example in advertising, audience targeting, budget allocation, creating one ad in one format, but you need it across 1,000 channels. You can have designers design 1,000 of them, or the AI can just do it. Crop the images, resize the fonts. It's available today. Celtra's actually, I think, a company that does that. Developing ad copy, insights into ad performance, and these are just some example vendors on the side that do this stuff. Content marketing is exploding because again, Microsoft has like $1 billion license with OpenAI for GPT-3, so there's hundreds of tools that have been built on top of it, but you can do things like analyzing existing content. We've published like 900 articles about AI. We use AI to analyze those 900 articles, tell us which ones to republish, and then tell us what questions to answer within that content to improve the probability that it'll rank higher in search engines. So we use AI to inform our content strategy. Localizing language, created in English, you need it in 5 other languages. Like these are all things that right now humans can do, but it's really time intensive to do it. And then email is a huge one. Like if you have an email newsletter with 50,000 subscribers, why do you think as a human you're capable of picking the 5 things that those people are going to want to read? What if they have been a subscriber for 3 years, have clicked on over 300 articles, and you could actually learn their interest areas, their whys, and the AI picked the articles to put in the newsletter every time because it's better at it than we are. And that's the hard part is, I wrote this article last month, said what is lost, what is gained, and when. As humans, we have to accept the fact that AI is getting really good at some things that we think we're uniquely good at. you have to understand when those things will be lost. When is the AI going to get so good that it doesn't make sense for me to do it anymore? But what does that open for me? So if my wife, the illustrator, accepts the fact that AI appears to be really good at generating illustrations, what does that mean to her now or a year from now or 2 years from now? And if you embrace the fact that AI is going to do this stuff, this isn't a question of if, it's just when, and you pivot first. You figure out the application for your brand or your career. So how do you get started? There's 2 ways I teach this, 2 quick frameworks. One is a problem-based model, which is kind of what PepsiCo was talking about earlier, and the other is a use case model. The problem-based model is you have a known pain point or problem you have to solve. This is a business problem. You can assign tie it to a business KPI, and you can assign a value to solving it. So in this case, your assumption is, my hypothesis is there is a smarter way to do the thing we're trying to do. So in this example of email, we've got a database that keeps growing, but our contact conversion rate just sucks. It's not getting any better. And the value is key here. If I could lift this 2 percentage points, I can generate $100,000. So I know what I'm willing to spend to solve the problem. And now I can analyze how am I currently solving it. And this is actually the framework we created to do this. It's not unlike a framework you might see out of McKinsey or Deloitte or whatever. It's problem solving. Develop hypothesis, key issues and drivers. How are we solving it today? What are the smarter ways to potentially solve it? And then you kind of diffuse that and you end up with, here's the plan. That one can take months. This one you could do this afternoon. So the finding quick win pilot projects is the fastest way to start proving to yourself and your company that you can do this stuff. What you do here is you take the list of activities you do every day. I write emails, I pick up subject lines, I manage ad spend, I develop creative, whatever it is. And then you make the assumption that someone has built an AI tool to do that thing in some capacity. So we actually built this, I run this as a workshop where you kind of work with companies and build these out. But the concept here is, think about these are categories of marketing: direct marketing, events, premium content, PR, whatever it may be. Then the tactical things that you do, or your team does, how often do you do them? How many hours a month do you spend on it? What tech are you using? How much does the tech cost? Then what you can do is at a 1 to 5 scale. 5 is it would transform my life if AI could do this for me. I don't want to do it anyway. I hate it. I hate building pivot tables in Excel or Google Sheets. So you assign these values, and then you might need help with the second one, but the ability to intelligently automate it. So what I do here is I build my list. Takes me a couple minutes to think about all the things I do, 80% of the things I do. All my 4s and 5s sort in descending order. Then I go through and say, okay, is there a tool to do this? And just go to Google or Microsoft, search AI for subject line writing, AI for whatever, and go test some tech. So you've got language vision prediction, you've got a bunch of use cases, there's thousands more. Now you want to go talk to these AI companies. Most of them are BS. Like, they don't actually have real AI. They're not, it's just vaporware. It's not their fault. Well, it's sort of their fault. What happens is the marketers and salespeople who are supposed to sell this stuff have no clue what they're selling. Then you have the brand marketers who are supposed to write the messaging that explains the product that the engineers explained to them, and they didn't understand the engineers. And so now we have this total disconnect, or they're just lying. Like, it's usually the brand marketers are misinformed or don't understand it, though. I give them the benefit of the doubt. The simplest way to think about AI is it is just smarter technology. You already buy marketing technology. You just need to buy smarter technology from companies who are building real things that make you better at your job. So this is the infamous Scott Brinker MarTech landscape. There's like 9,000 logos. Those are all little dots or logos if you have never seen it before. Most of this stuff is elementary and will be obsoleted in the next 3 to 5 years. Many of these companies lack vision at the CEO level, so they don't even know what AI is. I was at a conference in 2019 with a CEO from a major MarTech platform company touting personalization is the future of the industry, then trashed AI in the next breath. And I went up to him afterwards at the bar and I said, you do realize that what you just prescribed doesn't actually happen without AI. Do you know what AI is? And we had to sit there and have a conversation and explain why he was actually really wrong in front of 5,000 people. But AI can change all of this because it teaches us, it gives us the ability to look at problems differently. You can achieve more, you can think differently, you can grow faster. So to do that, though, you just need this like real base understanding of what this smarter technology is designed to do. But the trick is it's not all equal. So you could see AI, machine learning, natural language processing, you see all these terms. Say, okay, I want to go get a content intelligence tool that helps me analyze all my content I created and figure out what to write, like the use case we use. Go search content intelligence companies, you're going to find like 50 of them. They're all going to claim machine learning, they're all going to claim natural language processing, but that doesn't mean it's actually going to do what you need it to do, which is make you better at your job. So I was always drawn to the autonomous vehicle industry has this industry standard scale. There's a 0 to 5, and it's levels of autonomy. So if you've ever actually been in a Tesla on autopilot on the freeway where it appears to be driving itself, that is level 2 out of 5. Tesla isn't even close to autonomous vehicles. Level 5 is there's no steering wheel. So we're not there, except within specific pre-trained tracks, like on Vegas Strip maybe. Like it could go from A to B in a straight line. So I always wanted to create something similar for the marketing industry. So this is kind of what we developed. The key here is the only reason you buy AI is to make you more efficient at your job or to give you the increased probability of achieving your outcomes. So you're not buying AI to buy AI. You don't need AI, you need smarter technology. So go back to the Smart Compose. This is brilliant. Again, smartest minds in the world was building this stuff, and they're just getting started with language generation. However, how much time do you really save using this tech? Like if they said, okay, Smart Compose is now a paid feature, what am I willing to pay? I still have to choose who I'm sending it to. I still write the subject line. I try and write a better sentence than the machine did because it's really good at it, and I don't want to admit as a writer that it wrote the sentence better than I would have. So I spend more time analyzing what the machine wrote than I do letting it write for me. It's not actually that efficient. Amazing tech that I wouldn't probably buy. So the question becomes when you buy an AI software, what is the machine going to do? What is the marketer going to do? Over time, how is this going to transform what I do? So we created kind of this simple visual of all marketer on the left side to all machine on the right. Full autonomy, no human oversight, doesn't need to provide any inputs to the machine to learn. I just say, I want X, I want 500 leads next quarter. Do your thing, machine. Whatever it is you do, go do the thing. That is kind of the dream. I don't see that anywhere in the future in any application I've ever looked at. Probably, I'm just ballparking, 90% of the software you use is zero. Like they're just the 9,000 logos, they're not doing anything. Level 1 is probably 9 of the other 10%, and then like 1% is probably level 2. So what happens is most AI powered you do talk to, they're getting you to level 1 or 2. That is not a bad thing, by the way. That's just the reality of where it is. Level 3, I could listen to an argument from a vendor that they can get it to level 3 after a significant amount of human training and onboarding from the brand team. These AI need to learn, not just from data, but from humans. And so you're going to invest a ton of time to get to level 3. Level 4 does not exist. It doesn't exist in autonomous vehicles. It does not exist in AI software. If a vendor says full autonomy, they are lying or misinformed about what is possible with their own tech. So this becomes the key thing. How is it going to reduce costs? How is it going to increase revenue? How does it learn and improve over time? Conversational AI is a really good example here. I can get a true conversational agent. God, I had a horrible experience with Chipotle's. The Ask Pepper is, if anyone from Chipotle's in the room, please talk to me. Like, it's horrible. They're using Live Person, which is legit conversational technology, and it couldn't even figure out how to cancel an order. But anyway, conversational AI, it can learn from the data on your site, and then it can learn what are good responses. So if you turn a conversational agent loose on your site, and someone asks it a question, and then 3 questions later they haven't gotten an answer, a human needs to be watching that and telling the machine that wasn't good. Like you didn't give it the right answer. Here's what it should have said. And the machine learns from it. Again, machine learning. It learns what the right response was. The way Tesla dominates the autonomous driving industry, why they have a clear-cut advantage to be the ones to achieve it. They have over 11 billion miles of training data. Teslas have 8 exterior cameras and 1 interior, which I just learned 2 months ago. I didn't even know it had an interior camera. 8 exterior cameras that monitor everything you do as a driver. The breakthrough in autonomous vehicles was, what would a good human driver do? Throw all the neural nets out the window, what would a good human driver do? So it learns from actual driving data from good human drivers what to do in different situations. That's what needs to happen with marketing software. It needs to learn from good humans. How do you take your best editor, your best paid media person, your best competitive intelligence person? How do I replicate what they're capable of doing across my team? But again, going back to the level 1 and level 2, that's enough. Like you can do that, and it can make massive improvements on your company. One of the first things we did was Google Analytics reports. We trained the machine to write the reports that our team was spending 5 to 7 hours per client when I was running my agency. 5 to 7 hours per client per month to analyze what had happened on their site and write the story. The machine writes it at the click of a button now. So that was transformational, and honestly, it wasn't even AI. It was pre-trained templates. We taught the machine how to write the template, basically. And then from this, it's just kind of like, where do you go next? The future is marketer machine. The future is happening already for the people who go seek the smarter technology. And so that's why I always encourage people to just take the next step. Like, go watch a webinar, go listen to a podcast, go read a book, go do something. You don't have to go back to school and get a graduate degree in this stuff. It doesn't exist, so you can't. But just go do the next thing. Don't wait for all the marketing software to be like all the consumer software, where it's just everywhere, because you've lost your competitive edge. Right now, people aren't seeking this stuff out. They don't know how to ask for it. They don't know how to look for it. They don't know how to question the vendors. But you can go look for this stuff now, and whether you're the intern or the CMO, you can actually be the one that drives the change within the organization, because most people fear this stuff. It's abstract, it's overwhelming, they think it's sci-fi, but that's not actually what it is. So my challenge to people is you can become that next-gen leader. Thank you. I don't know if we have, did you want to do any questions, or we're good? Rolling. Okay, John's got a game for you all. Thank you. I don't want to be the one that ruined your time. I'll be around for like a half hour, so if anybody wants, come grab me in the back.
All right, cool. Thank you, Paul. All right. So, clicker. All right, here we go. All right, so now, all right. Okay, so here's the game. Everyone see the little scorecard that you have. Right? We're going to play 6 songs, since we are in the Hard Rock Hotel. We need a music. And does everyone have a pen? Everyone's going to just circle if they think it was created by AI or by an actual human. And anyone that gets them right will get a bottle of champagne. Up to 5 winners. We'll get more champagne if someone's that good. Okay. Does everyone have a pen? This will only take a few minutes. Ready? Song number 1.
When Jesus started using the DVDs, I don't care, I just needed to get back to my room. I'm so sick and oh my God, it really works. I was skeptical. During my CrossFit craze, I was 15 times the one I was in 3rd grade. The workouts themselves are insane, but not impossible. Why don't you ask me, what else can I find?
All right, enough of that. All right. Everyone ready for song number 2?
My time, can't let you get away on my time. I'm falling, I'm falling, I'm fine, I'm fine. You know I'll be just alright, and I'm cool. I'm just out here living my life. I'm too gone to fall for you, came too far to follow you. You see that I can't be used. Won't work now, so what's the use? Can't keep getting caught up in your issues. Can't keep calling me with all your bad news. I'm all problems trying to work through, and I know what I'm worth, so I don't need you.
Okay. Everyone ready? Song number 3.
Landed in Vegas, took off our shoes, ran to the chapel, 2013 days on money, love, grace. Up Tangerine Alley, I'm the wild lily of the valley. Consume me in your ultraviolet days, and Bowie's on my court place. Oh, it's just a bottle rocket. I am just a bottle rocket. Baby, line me in the sky. Take me off, I'm cutting ties. Now I'm flying, flying high. Well, like Bonnie and Clyde. Tell all the streets where I'm from. Now I'm flying, flying high. Well, like Bonnie and Clyde. Elvis wedding, here I come. Slot machine on our way out. Twisted ankle, broken heel. Nothing feels real. Oh, poison boy, golden apple, and I'm crying in the chapel. 6 a.m.
Okay, number 4. Okay, number 5.
And daddy's got a sound so good, like something new. It turns me on. Good day, sunshine in the backseat. God, I wish that road could never stop. Down on the ground.
And the last one.
This one play all the way through because the next song.
They're using AI to figure out Okay. Okay, the right answer is only number 3 was human. Actually, number 3 is my teenage daughter who wrote and sang the song. So, thank you. The bottle rocket. So the rest were all AI. Okay, let's see. We'll see whoever got it right. Well, I think we're going to break for lunch now. Yeah. So you know what? We'll go through this, and I'll get champagne for whoever got it right, or whoever got closest if no one got the answers right.
Again, so let's all find a seat. If you can, come sit in the audience chairs and not the surrounding tables.
All right, we are starting up. All people that do not get seated in the next few minutes will be taken over by an AI presence and serve them for the rest of their life. So please hurry.
It's like I need sunglasses here. Right? Yeah, really. You gotta look at those lights.
No dinner for you if you're not down here.
They just need electricity. They don't need it. Yeah. Okay, so no one got all the answers right, but here are the ones who were closest, who get bottles of champagne. Melissa Richards Person, E.B. Moss, Josh von Scheiner, no fair, he used to be in the music business. David Cohen, Andy Lutsky, and let's see, Kion J. Bora. And that is it, those 6.
That's a lot of bottles of champagne.
Wow. Thank you.
Wow, nice. That's a lot of champagne over there.
Okay, all right. Next we have Jordi Sangil.
Sangil.
Yeah. Sangil.
Sangil.
Okay, I'll try not to butcher it next time.
But that's not me. That picture is not me. I mean, it's
remove far too
take it down.
Right. And Scott Turner. That's an easy one.
Did you say it right?
Scott Turner.
There you go.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get started. A quick intro of myself and of my company this big. So yeah, my name is Scott Turner, CMO at Bera.ai, which is Brand Equity Relationship Assessment. And we make ridiculously powerful predictive brand technology software that applies AI to tons and tons of big brand data. I think we're up to 9 billion data points right now. And it's all about building brand love and tying brand decisions to business outcomes and financial results. So that's a little bit about me. Jordi, why don't you tell, who are you, where are you from, where do you work, what do you do, all that good stuff.
Thanks, Scott. My name is Jordi Sangil, and I lead in the performance analytics function at MetLife. Very interesting and funny industry as well, like insurance. So my role at MetLife is really to help transform data into actionable insights for business. So to your point, is also to help and enable business growth to MetLife. I'm originally from Spain, but I'm a very international person. I lived in 5 countries. I've worked for agencies, client side. And also within MetLife, I joined 5 years ago, and I moved to New York about 3 years ago already, and happily working at MetLife in the global headquarters.
Oh, great, thank you. And I just want to say, this is a little bit off topic. I'm so grateful and so impressed for folks who did not grow up speaking English to come up on stage and say what they're saying in a language that's not their native tongue. And I know you're not the first person on stage who's not from here originally, but I totally appreciate you and the previous speakers.
We're making double effort.
Yeah, there you go.
Our brain is to think and translate at the same time. This is artificial intelligence.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Okay, so thinking about this, I'm learning English myself, so I had to write out my questions. So thinking before, pre and post pandemic, right? How are consumer preferences changing?
Yeah, and at MetLife, really during the pandemic, we conducted a lot of research to really understand consumer preferences, needs, and signals. And frankly, consistently we have been coming across with this insight that consumers want greater personalization, greater customization, and not only in the way we communicate to customers, but also in the way we tailor products for them, we develop products for them, and in the way we interact in the different touch points. So this summit is absolutely relevant nowadays because of these insights and that have been accentuated through the pandemic. There are a couple of drivers that are sustaining that insight, and one is that customers want more flexibility. They, at least in the insurance industry, they just don't want products that are tailored to their existing and present needs. They also want products that can change and flex throughout the changing needs, because the pandemic has demonstrated that things can change and there are some certainly uncertain times. So that's one, flexibility, and the other one is options. Customers want seamless and ongoing interactions, and whether it is a high-touch human interaction or whether it's a self-service digital interaction, customers they decide when and how to interact. So the personalization opportunity for organizations is really to have those options available and be ready for them. I mean, for example, if you think about platforms like messaging systems like WhatsApp or WeChat in China or KakaoTalk in Korea, those things were experimental before the pandemic and now have become the new normal, and it's the way we communicate with our customers whenever they want, right? So that's a lot of the flexibility and personalization.
Nice, yeah. So flexibility, personalization is what they want. So what are some of I can guess, but why don't you tell me, what are some of the biggest challenges that marketers face trying to deliver?
Yeah, so as I said, personalization continues to be a key trend in marketing, and the extreme advocates of personalization will tell you have to personalize every single creative message that goes out there, and because that's what will get greater relevancy, and that will turn into more sales, and that's a big overpromise, right? Because personalization assumes that marketeers have perfect data on the individual, and we all know that that's not the case. In fact, there's a few industries that can claim that they have very robust first-party data. Most of the personalization initiatives are based on third-party data, and frankly, the quality of that data and what you can find there is a little bit, different, right? Yeah. So it's that's I think is one of the challenges. But even if you have that data, think about what you can find. It's basic demographics of the customer. It's some behaviors, traffic behavior, digital behavior. But if you truly want to be personal with the customers, what you need to understand is how customers feel, what are their emotions, their motivations, and that is something that you cannot really find in any database. That's in customer's heart or mind. So you really need to predict those emotions and those attitudes, and here that's the challenge. Data is the challenge, but it also is the opportunity, because the way organizations are able to predict those attitudes and emotions, it's the way that you can get a competitive advantage and make use of that personality and really be truly personal at the same time.
So, what's working for you? What are some of the tactics for success?
Yeah, so it's basically try and error. Experimentation is key, right? In personalization, like any other marketing tactic, is subject to pilot and test, and for two reasons. Because you want to reach to a decision of go, no go with that initiative, and also because the results of that pilot can really lead you to create a hypothesis and build a bigger business case that you can then scale and roll out. So first scale, then personalize. Recently at MetLife we had an example of we tried to test a churn propensity model, right, to predict the probability of a customer churning, and the way to do it was like selecting a couple of agents from like one of our lines of business in our contact center, and have them call for a month a list of high propensity customers to churn. And then we use as a control group the rest of the agents that would call. They will do their retention efforts randomly, right, as their BIU. So after a month, the results were significantly higher and better in the case of the usage of personalized lists and high propensity lists. So we use the metrics and the results of this pilot to really build a bigger business case so that we could operationalize in the larger contact center in that particular line of business. And the results right now in terms of business outcomes are amazing because we're kind of increasing our retention rates.
Wow. Okay. So if you're in the audience thinking about personalization, et cetera, what would you recommend for folks to operationalize? I know you said you started out with trial and error, and maybe that's still the case, and maybe that's always the case, but I'm curious in terms of taking it to the next step to operationalize some of these things that you're discussing.
Actually, before that, there's something else we need to do, which is connect with your business partners. I think it's crucial to understand what are the business challenges. We as marketeers have the responsibility to understand business challenges, needs, what questions do they have, and most importantly, what are we trying to solve for with personalization? I mean, what's the business outcome we're trying to find? Is it more sales? Is it people staying longer as loyalty, or it's acquiring new customers, what it is. And that's why it's important that marketeers show the value of data to our leaders, right? So leadership endorsement is important. And once you get this leadership endorsement, it's when you need to start building cross-functional teams. And again, that's another important advice is, no one individual, no one function owns a customer problem end to end. So it's a team sport, and that's something that it's really important that we have experienced it as well. And after that is when you start experimenting, and experiment fast. This is you have to be agile. It's a good opportunity to implement agile methodologies, and really, personalization is a loop of measure and learn. So you have to continuously loop and feed those models and that intelligence.
Nice. So you're in the financial services industry. You hinted earlier when you said the business results are off the charts. I know you're maybe a little bit restricted in what you can say, publicly up on stage, but are you able to give a hint at some of the business results that you've been able to achieve through personalization?
Yeah, and I can start with my experience in the banking industry.
Yeah.
About 10 years ago in Dubai, and really, banking industry is one of those few industries where you have abundance of data. I mean, I remember I have almost perfect information of my customers, and partly because it's a regulated business, so you need to have a clear KYC, know your customer. I remember knowing where customers live, having a big database of demographics, salary information, socioeconomical level, how many times they go to the ATM, payment behavior, and most importantly, where do they spend their money? Because with the credit cards, we know where you spend your money, right? So one of the initiatives that we conducted was to improve our retention efforts and trying to keep the most valuable customers. So what we did was created an RFM model, which basically identifies the affinity of a customer to belong to a specific, category of interest, of spend category of interest. So for example, if you're a person that likes to go to the movies or to a restaurant, and you go there often, and you spend a lot, right? So the algorithm will classify you as a potential for sending you an offer, right? So at the same time, we would run on you a propensity model that will calculate the probability of that you would leave the bank. So with that information, we would send you a personalized offer with a cashback or a discount for next time you go to the restaurant. So that's something that our customers really appreciated and generated a lot of customer engagement, and most importantly, improved our our business results, our retention rates, right? So this is an example where an automated AI model through personalization, we had impactful business results. We also at the bank 10 years ago started to play with mixing first-party data and third-party data by personalizing display content and banners where depending on your browsing behavior and your products of interest, so that we could kind of really maximize our digital funnel. But it was 10 years ago.
Nice, yeah. Well, I mean, so the examples you gave, I think, would it help to drive maybe better, more efficient marketing spend, so you're wasting less money, and it sounds like you're getting better conversion rates, for lack of a better term, and you're getting probably better outputs from it. So those are financial metrics that are good for the company. What about the customer experience, ways that maybe the customers, your consumers enjoying?
Well, the customers actually really, when because we researched those customers right after, and they actually didn't find it intrusive. I mean, they were like, that this is a great initiative. I mean, they were really appreciative of this. So there's no business outcome without strong customer experience. Because the way you reach the business outcomes is by providing good experiences for the customer, remarkable experiences.
Nice, yeah. Excellent. So how should the thinking, maybe at a higher level, how should marketing evolve from where you're sitting to help capture some of these opportunities?
So marketing is evolving constantly, right? And I think marketeers need to really continue to build analytical capabilities, right? So I think to that point, it is not about building very, very deep technical capabilities. I mean, marketeers need to know what to do with data so that we can recommend strong business plans to our leaders.
Nice. So you and I have spoken now a couple of times, and you've had an interesting career that you've hinted at in the introduction. I'm curious, what other maybe experiences or learnings have helped you personally maybe move forward?
Yeah. So maybe first of all, I can tell you a little bit about how we're using personalization at MetLife, and I think because that's a very interesting journey in which I am in right now. I'm considering myself a kind of a strategic scientist, right? And MetLife is the company that is giving me the opportunity now to deploy all of these skills. At MetLife, insurance sector in general, it's not like banking. We don't have that much information, so it's like a little bit. It's an intermediate. It's an intermediate business because sometimes we don't even own the customer data, and also it's not. You don't have so many transactions like in the banking industry, so you have less data. Let's start with that. But it's still at MetLife we have we are very customer-centric focused, and we have even a strong customer commitment to build remarkable and enduring customer relationships. And personalization is a fundamental enabler of all of this. So we're starting to do now a lot of predictions, and to my point earlier about what you need to know to understand is how to win your heart's customer and how to understand their emotions. So we are trying to implement advanced analytics to predict those attitudes and emotions. And for example, merging research data with customer data, we're able to predict the belonging of a specific segment. So for example, I can know if you're a risk taker or a more conservative investor based on certain proxy variables that are in our database, so that we can target initiatives specific to you. So that's an important one. Also, we are able to predict future, because calculating the value over the time of the lifetime of a customer is something that is it's a good way to be personal, right, and to offer the right products at the journey. There's a couple of examples where we have used personalization in MetLife to build solutions. So there's this solution that we build in Asia. It's called 360 Health. And basically what it does is it solves for the health concerns of the Asian population, and it consumes customer data. So it reads your data. So when you register, you have your claim history, your personal demographic information. But also you can customers can input data into that system. So you can input your general information, health information from your Apple Watch, eating habits, exercise habits. Even you can take a picture of your meal, and the system will recognize what meal it is and learns from you, so that powered by AI, the platform is providing you meaningful and personalized advices, nutrition plans, exercise plans, health tips, etc. So, personalization is a key element of our customer strategy at MetLife, and we're really proud of treating our customers that way. So this is where I am right now. But I'm really grateful for all my career path and what I've done professionally, because I had the ability and the privilege of seeing things from multiple vantage points. I've been working in the agency and the client side, in multiple industries. Banking is one of them, but also living and working in 5 countries and deploying research and analytics projects in more than 50 countries and markets have gave me a little bit of that 360 view of analytics and how it's been applied in different circumstances, and it's great. So I started my career with a very technical role, right, where I build my analytical skills. And then I moved to the agency side to build a little bit more of my business development and consulting skills. And then I moved back to the client side to apply all of those learnings and to build analytical capabilities to my teams. And frankly, I pivoted even within MetLife. I pivoted from local, regional, and global roles. So I'm really, again, as I said at the beginning, what we do is to transform data into actionable insights to drive business growth.
Yeah, really cool. So you've got the left brain and the right brain, the tech and the data science and the creative, and the middle brain too, I'm sure, in 5 countries. And I was just thinking all the languages and all the regulations in each places of what data you can track, et cetera, et cetera. It's you've got an interesting background in all those.
It is. I mean, because you might think, in the banking industry, the strong regulations played in our favor, right? Because you have to have, you have to have perfect KYC. You have to have a perfect, and at least in Dubai, it was regulated in a way that every year a customer needs to present to the bank their latest, we had a kind of national ID that has a chip in it, and the customer needs to go and insert that chip or put that chip into the app, so that chip contains about 50 data points of our customers. So imagine the amount of information we have from our customers. That's where you can really start to really craft offers and being really personal to them.
Yeah. Wow. So, and you may have already hinted it, but maybe it is kind of a summary a bit. I'm thinking of new capabilities that are on the horizon that you might, maybe you're able to talk about, but new capabilities you're developing as a company.
Yeah, I mean, that's hard to predict because capabilities are changing and are moving away. Every day technology moves at a faster pace, but I don't think it's about the capabilities. It's about the ability to play with the data. I mean, all of this is about data, and the quality of the data that you have is what will take you there. And and capabilities, obviously, we're talking about. What I said before is really. Having the ability of understanding what you can do with data. But at the end of the day, that's what will give you the competitive advantage.
Yeah, sounds like the execution of
It's the execution of it.
You've got a lot of data around, what do you do with it?
The execution is the other part of the equation. One thing is your kitchen, is your how do you play with the data, how do you do your analytical processes. But then the other part of the equation is how well you execute, right? How well you you leverage the data insights into real execution, whether it is a marketing campaign, or it's retention efforts, or it's building solutions for customers that are tailored. So it really is that's a really the game. It's less about the capabilities, it's more about what you have.
Excellent. Thank you. I have no clue how we're doing with time, so 5 minutes, and maybe it's a good time to do Q&A. If you don't ask good questions, you don't get dinner tonight, so that's what I heard. So make sure it's an excellent question,
We can have
or you're out of luck.
bottles of champagne for the great question. You got champagne?
Hey, I'll just ask a quick question on the predictability part of the conversation that you're having, specifically to the part that you can't predict in regards to emotions, and like, where do you go with that? Is it just gut reactions of coming from the department on, I think we should go in this direction, or is it like, where do you lead with that?
Yeah, what I mean by emotions is about your attitudes, right, towards life, towards it's a very important and relevant in insurance business, because what is your attitudes towards life, towards financial services, towards protection, right? So an attitude could be that I'm a risk taker, or I am a conservative guy, or I don't care about anything, so I don't need an insurance. So the emotions, the predictability of the emotions is relevant. It's very important for insurance companies, because the way you tailor your products depends on that, and the segments that you go after depends on whether it's a risk taker or a So that's the part of the emotions, and what I mean by emotions, right?
I'll do anything for a bottle of champagne. So here's the question.
You got it.
Well, insurance is a very personal business, right? I mean, it's about how we feel about life, how we take risk, etc. So how do you balance the idea of predicting versus being spooky, right? Because at the end of the day, if you have a lot of information, a customer might say, "Whoa, you know too much," or "How do you know that I'm going to risk taker versus a conservative person?" How to balance that, predicting versus scary, being scary with customers?
Yeah, that is what I said before, that one part of the equation is what you do with data. The other part of the equation is the execution, right? And how do you design those? How do you craft those messages? Need to be in a less intrusive way, right? I mean, when we're talking about emotions, emotions change a lot, right? So we're not talking about how you feel today or anything. It's about how are your motivations in life. And that's something that we could be very subtle, and that's where the creativity of the marketeer comes to craft a message that really, is not intrusive. I mean, I'm not getting the feeling that I am, MetLife knows that I'm a risk taker and it wants me to invest heavily. So I think it's the role of the creative, of the left brain or the right brain of the marketeer. So it's more of the creative.
My advanced AI is telling me there's 1 minute left.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, it's funny on that topic. I get emails all the time from marketing technology companies and things, and they're saying, they often start with things saying almost like, "Sorry for being creepy, but that's how powerful our software is, that we know all these wonderful things about you."
Yeah, it's sometimes it's really creepy. Sometimes personalization can go really wrong, because if you have information that is not, and I have a couple of examples that I can tell you offline, but really
after champagne. Yeah.
Exactly, after champagne. But yeah, it can go really wrong if you don't craft the message properly, and if you don't have great information, great data.
Yeah.
I just want to know, this should be off mic. If I upload a photo of my food, do you have a way to say, put the fork down?
Yeah, there you go. That's the next product. It's in stealth mode.
I think AI can work on it. We can develop something. Yeah.
All right. I have one question.
Yep.
You know that all fireside chats come with one softball question.
Okay. What's that?
What's BERA, and why is it?
Oh, yeah. At the risk of repeating myself, I'll try not to too badly. It's Brand Equity Relationship Assessment AI software. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Up next, Paul Gelb, Head of Media Activation and Investment at Bayer. That sounds like a lot. You need some AI help. And Ken Harlan, Founder and CEO of Mobile Fuse.
Yep, we're good. Hey, everyone. I'm Ken Harlan, Paul Gelb. Paul, how long have we known each other for?
Probably a decade plus.
Right? Crazy. So you've had a lot of different roles that you've had. So I think before we jump into this, I mean, you've been vendor side, brand side, agency side, et cetera, back and forth. Can you give a little background?
Sure. So I have what they call a non-linear career path. So I've been everywhere but the brand side before joining Bayer at the end of 2017. One of the advantages of that is sitting next to the people that build the platforms and the software that drive the vast majority of advertising today, and understanding all the rules and data inputs that they put in place. It's been a huge advantage now being the actual ad buyer at Bayer, because I now know the rules that our ad spend goes through and dictates that. And it's allowed us to build a very technical in-house ad buying team that's now executing across 20 plus ad buying platforms for all 14 of our major brands. It's become a pretty large team within Bayer and driving the business.
So before we came today, I looked at my LinkedIn connections. You were one of the first 100 connections that I had. So going back a long ways. And one thing I realized today is I look at you and me and I look at our pictures. I don't think we've ever changed them. So we need some AI to help us personalize our LinkedIn profiles better, right? Awesome. So Paul, let's divide this up and get a little, what your take is. Let's first, I think a little easier is, what does personalization mean to you? And then the second question will be, what does AI mean? And that's a whole nother. So let's just talk about personalization first.
I think AI might be easier than personalization. So for us, personalization is an engagement or interaction or touch point with a consumer that is unique to that person and their context and environment at the time. Now, we also have customization, which is a little bit less of one-to-one, where you're grouping people together and providing still a shared and similar experience for different groups of people. And so it's just, for us, personalization is that very nitty-gritty vision of one-to-one and having each interaction be unique.
Okay, and then AI, artificial intelligence. I know when people have asked me or they try to describe what artificial intelligence is, I'm like, wait, that just sounds like we're rebranding it with the initials AI, and it was something you might do through software in some way. But what does artificial intelligence mean to you?
I mean, for me as a marketer, I think artificial intelligence is probably the most transparent and honest naming of something that we have in the industry. It's artificial. It's not real intelligence. And I think it speaks to the challenges and the approach that you should be taking to leverage it. It's supposed to replicate and appear almost, in some cases, like a parlor trick, to be like a human, but not to confuse it with being smart enough to be successful and execute on its own, which I think is a much better way to look at it than to sort of fix all. At home, I've gone through different phases of buzzwords with my kids, where if I don't know the answer, I'll either say like Web3 or AI and walk out of the room, and they don't know what that is and look confused at each other, but it gets me out of the situation. But overall, I think when we look at it at AI, it really is just a decision engine and a group of rules based on data inputs and signals that you get.
Speaking of kids, I have a funny story. Last night, my youngest daughter, she was running out of storage on her device, and I said, so I'm going to hit this button. I'm going to just send all your pictures to the cloud. And she started crying. She thought she was losing them. So in terms of artificial intelligence. But, okay, so you come from a unique perspective, right? I mean, MetLife, we just heard, obviously they have certain information on consumers, and there's a balancing act. But when it comes to AI or personalization or both, whichever one you want to talk about, you're at Bayer. Bayer has over-the-counter medication and prescription medication. Both are very large businesses for Bayer. By the way, congratulations. It seems like business continues to boom for Bayer. But when it comes to AI and personalization from a pharma / over-the-counter or all of the above kind of company, how's it different, right, from compared to other industries, right? You've been in other industries, you've been at agencies, you've been vendor side, you've served all the industries. How's it different?
So at working at Bayer, I have the privilege of working towards their larger mission, which is serving the underserved and improving health outcomes, particularly in communities and areas of the world where there's a huge disparity in those health outcomes. So whatever I try to do, I have that in mind on the key to being successful and how we make decisions on what we do and what we don't do. So when I look at AI, I'll ask a few questions to the audience. You could raise your hand. How many people have been in a car and the voice feature of the GPS completely butchered a Spanish street name? How many people here intended to write the word duck in a text message? D-U-C-K. Not anybody. How many people here have been or have seen someone who's a person of color try and do face recognition? Not so good. So we understand that there are huge challenges to doing this well and executing. And for us, when we look at it, it's two major things. One is the data inputs. And so this is bad data. I mean, how many people here have made a decision on and presented data and analysis where the data was completely wrong, dirty, and you had to redo it and pivot and may have been embarrassed? Everyone has had that sort of situation. We have the added complexity being a OTC that's similar to other CPGs where we don't own the point of sale, and there's a lot of data points that we don't have or that we don't get in a timely, actionable manner. And so we have to work around that, understand that, as well as what is accurate data and what is not. Because if garbage in, garbage out is the old story. The second thing is the rules that you create. The movies, The Matrix, and Terminator are based on a concept that's not that far off, that you have to create a bunch of rules that actually have the intended consequences. And there's so many instances where the outcome will be unintended when taken to a self-learning platform. So those are the sort of things that we want to make sure when we kick off anything where there's automation, whether you call it AI or machine learning or whatever it may be, that we really look into, is this data usable and input in a signal? What is our objective? And then are these rules hitting our objective? And then how are we going to continue to have human oversight and maintenance of the decisions to make sure that the result is improving and what we actually intended? And when you're dealing with people's health and a mission that important, you really don't want to get it wrong. You want to make sure you're nailing all of those things.
By the way, before I ask the next question, if you have a question that's at any point, just raise your hand. We don't have to wait to the end. So, okay, we got a question in the back. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I can repeat it.
So brand versus performance, accuracy versus scale, business and life and every day is a million balanced conversations. What I normally find is that the key is to start out with your North Star metrics and goals and understand where you're going. One is never going to be enough. For me, it's sort of a blend of two always, that one is a hedge of the other to make sure that you're going the right way. So if you just optimize for profit, you could have an 8 ROI, but you probably want to spend more, but you're not going to because your goal is to get the highest ROI possible, and you're leaving a lot of business and growth on the table. You can get a lot of scale, and at the same time, if it's not driving the business, if it's not driving the outcomes that you want, just reaching people is nobody's goal. If you reach them, you offend them, they're never going to buy your product, you're not achieving anything that your shareholders, that your business, that your mission is trying to do. So I think whenever we're looking at different variables, I think Obi-Wan Kenobi got it right, that when you deal with extremes, you're going to be in a bad place at the end of the day. And so we try to make sure that we're looking at which place in the balance and the range and the scope is going to get us to our end goal and the furthest towards what we want to go. But if you don't have that North Star, it's just subjective, and it normally is the biggest title in the room in their opinion.
So adding on to that, so you've had some success and failures with personalization AI at Bayer or other places. Can you take us through a success story, and then also take us through I don't know if you want to talk about the failure, but I'm going to put you on the spot and see if you have one that you could share.
So I am part of a very big, large global corporation with lawyers on both sides of the Atlantic.
Selling drugs in the middle, too.
Somewhat regulated industry as well. So I'm usually able to actually say more without our own unique examples. But what I will say is that when we buy on automated platforms where you're dealing with billions of impressions, tens, hundreds of billions of auctions where we're buying ads in real time based off of a large number of decision rules. What we have found is that we still, and this should, I think, be something that everyone takes to heart, is that we still every day when we buy do at least 2 or 3 things where we're tricking the buying platform into doing what we want, given the rules that it has in place for itself. And these are the platforms that after 10, 15, 20 years of ad tech are the best at the top. The rest of the stars have fallen away. All day is they have people and engineers and data scientists creating those rules. And those rules still are not getting us what we want at that time as one of the larger ad buyers in the world in a pretty big use case where we work closely with them. So I think when we put that in context, we have a respect for how hard it is, but then we also know that sometimes to be successful and using AI, you need a third-party platform because it's still going to be a much bigger, better data set than we could ever have ourselves. There's going to be a focus in thinking through a lot of the ways of rules that we can never staff up and have that same part of that specialist, but we can leverage them. And sometimes it's going to be leveraging them in a way that is direct and as intended. And sometimes in the short term to get what you need to get done, you need to trick an AI platform to get done what you want to get done. So I think when we've had that view that those platforms aren't perfect, and once you understand the rules, there's a set of rules that they're based on, you become much better at leveraging AI platforms in the short term and the long term to get what you want to get done.
So true. We're one of those platforms that, do human changes. We have 100 billion requests that we come in. We don't send them out equally to all the buy side. And the reason for that is it takes too much bandwidth, too much QPS. So you have to send it to where you do. So instead of sending it to 50 different platforms, you send it to 5 or 6, right? And it's true, and that's not artificial intelligence. That's just knowing where most of the demand comes from, where you have track record and success. And I admit that as a founder of one of the larger in-app platforms, that's something that you have to do. It's an impossibility to send out 100 billion requests to 50 different buying platforms, because that's 50 times the transaction, and you're doing that every millisecond. It's too much. So we had a question back here in the middle.
Yeah,
right here.
A couple of questions. I mean, one about the variable that you're trying to optimize, right? You're in healthcare, so I think that, at least I hope that the optimization is not selling more, but improving the health outcomes that you get, right? So question number one, how you do that. And question number two, if you can share any learnings during the pandemic? How do you change your approach to personalization and AI during the pandemic?
A couple points here. When I joined Bayer, the mission that I'd be able to be a part of was a huge factor. Pretty niche expertise and skill set that I have. My parents still don't understand what I do. Now I just say I sell drugs, and they understand selling drugs more than programmatic or automated ad buying. But the meaning of being able to apply what I do to that mission even became larger during the pandemic. And my best friend growing up is head of orthopedic surgery at Montefiore, and a lot of late night conversations as the hospital system and healthcare system was about to be overwhelmed in what they were dealing with. And so with our over-the-counter products in general, we do know that the more adoption of self-care there is, the less of a stress on the healthcare system that we are providing. And overall, we are providing better health outcomes with whether that is vitamins and nutrients, whether that is pain relief, an anti-inflammatory that if you let it go and persist can have long-term negative effects. So we do believe that adoption and penetration of the products and portfolio that we've determined to own and operate inherently is going to impact the issue is adoption and usage and understanding of when and how to use it. So message association and retention, education about that is definitely a priority as well. But we are definitely seeing is this increasing usage of these products, and particularly in locations and segments of the population where that's been a particular issue.
So, Paul, there's things like CCPA, GDPR that makes it very hard to reach the actual right consumer, especially then when you put healthcare on top of it. But you have products that can save people's lives, right? How do you balance, right? So you can't retarget consumers that walked into a cancer center, right? Like that's not something you can do. But in some ways, it could be the right thing to do because it could be information that you're getting to a consumer. So how do you balance that?
So I think we always look at ideas and opportunities as, can this output and outcome serve that mission and be beneficial not just to Bayer, but externalities in the community as well. We have plenty of lawyers as well to then dive in, as well as I think a very strong executive team that is practical but making the right sort of decisions. I do think we've hired, and I'm fortunate to have a team that is exceptional and brilliant, and so in a lot of ways we've been able to find a number of strong signals and ways to segment and target and reach people in the right way that has had a huge impact on the business that we don't necessarily need to just go that route. There are numerous ways to get anything done and do any path, and I think we found a way where we've been able to, with leadership support, align talent, the technology stack that we put in place, the way that we do things, and when you have all three of those aligned and in sync and not in conflict, then you wind up being able to execute a lot better, where there might be some sort of one-off tactic or situation, and yes, it might be on that gray line, but you don't have to touch it because there's so many more opportunities when you're functioning and executing that well. And I do think that's one of the keys in AI is one, having the right culture and the right collaboration across business units and data sets and stakeholders to really make sure that you're making decisions and rules and data inputs that are right. But that, again, it's not a checkbox for we don't necessarily have to execute or do this ourselves, but that it is about execution. Just what you're doing in that execution is going to be much different than the manual work that you did before.
So we do have one more question, but I can't help myself. I got to ask because you just said it. You said the path that works. What does that look like for you? what does it look like where it works? Without giving away, obviously, the secret ingredients, but what can you share here? What that exactly, when it looks right, it works at scale, and you do it over and over and over.
Well, we are hiring, so you can get more details if you come and work and join the team.
That's why I had to ask there. I didn't.
Off stage, you'll know every detail at that point. For us, if we are driving and growing the adoption of these products in a way that is sound fundamentally from a business perspective, so that we still have to drive a profit. You can't lose money indefinitely. I think as many companies now are seeing that we're high growth and losing money, and they're definitely seeing the results of that is it's not sustainable long term. So we want to make sure that anything that we do, it could be right and morally right, but if you get it so that it makes business sense, it's going to be sustainable and the ability to execute at a scale. So we want to make sure that what we're doing is profitable and is growing the penetration, the adoption, and each of our brands' businesses along the way. And we know if we're doing that, this is a product that's going to deliver that mission. So if we don't do that, then what we're doing is, even if we have short-term gains, they're not going to be in a sound foundation. So we try to test and learn a lot. We always have a testing roadmap. We always are trying to question our assumptions and do better. But we truly believe that if we build a foundation on things that are having a good impact, that also make business sense and are going to drive the bottom line so that we can invest more over a long period of time, that's the best long-term output on all sides.
Okay, let's go to the question.
Hey, Paul. Mike Mammarella. How you doing? Yeah, long time. I thought you made a great point a couple of comments back, really, about how you use AI and how you try to force the system to do what you want, because the human eyes and the human intelligence is better than the AI to some extent, right? Couldn't agree with that more. Great comment. I was curious if you could provide some examples of things that you're trying to do to cheat the system.
So one of our big interview questions, or my big interview questions, is always name a small nuance that you have experienced or figured out in an ad buying platform that just has a huge outsized impact on that campaign. Every buying platform, from Facebook to Amazon to Trade Desk, has it. And so that is sort of the secret sauce of how we do a lot of what we do. But you could think about if there's a buying platform that is intended to maximize ad spend that's going through it. If you reduce your spend, it thinks that it's not working, and it will make changes to prioritize you. If you are increasing spend, they think that it's working more than enough, and they may do things to deprioritize you. And that would seem counterintuitive. But if you understand how the rules of those platforms, how they make those decisions, you understand how to trick it, because you know their goal. And so it's almost like Plinko and The Price is Right, where you're dropping it and you know how it gets to the end of the thing, and that's really how we like it. Whenever we make a change and we're lever pulling active ad buyers, and we always isolate variables when we try something different, and we see the result, we always have that conversation of why, what made it happen, and then how do we do what we want to do, how do we get to what we want to do, knowing that the rules is going to treat our actions this way. And a lot of our job is then explaining to the rest of the organization something that sounds completely bizarre, counterintuitive, and made up, but in ways that they kind of understand that those are the rules, and we're getting to your objective and the bear's objective at the end of the day.
So one thing to put in perspective here, what Paul's talking about is, so if you're the brand that's leveraging a platform to make a buy across, whatever it is, CTV, mobile, digital out of home, audio, blah, 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 right? And then the auction happens, and then it returns back who the winner is. That all happens in 150 milliseconds or less. That's the KPI in the entire ad tech ecosystem. So there is in terms of tricking the system, that's one of the reasons. There isn't this time to really fast figure out all the details and these platforms. So I just want to put a little perspective on, why sometimes. And why, honestly, I think you're going to see companies that figure these nuances out. There will be, in the future, and we'll talk about the future in a second, that will gain significant market share because of those nuances. So let's talk a little bit about the future. You said you're hiring. You've had obviously a lot of success. You've had some you've had some bumps in the road. Where are you taking personalization and AI at Bayer?
So I do think that beyond personalization, that the supply chain has a significant impact that's going to reverberate in a number of ways that we've just started to see. One, I do believe that marketing and the efficiency and the ability to leverage it for efficiency and growth, as we've done with cheap supply and manufacturing operations for decades, it's going to be more of a marketing execution. But in order to do that well, I think there's going to be more integration of data sets with your business, your product supply, what's available, that pricing in your decision making for ads. And those have been siloed data sets. And people who speak completely different languages, you would not sit them at the same table at a wedding, but they're going to have to come together in a pool and understand each side of the business and how they relate. And a lot of the decision engines and AI that's being built around business operations and getting that supply through Amazon's warehouses, whatever it may be, and how you buy ads are going to have to talk to each other in a lot of ways that they haven't before. And that's going to take a lot of people and relationship building and trust and learning and understanding. So I think that is going to be probably one of the biggest areas in the future for AI. I think the second thing is that we're going to uncover opportunities we didn't know existed that went against every assumption and bias and things you've been reading in trades. And what will be key is, can you get beyond your bias and when you hear what you don't want to hear? I think a lot of marketers have said, I know 50% of my media is working, I just don't know what it is. I think there's a lot of marketers that if they knew what 50% were working, would be very upset and would mentally block and separate themselves from the right decision and what the data is actually telling them. So I think from a marketer perspective, we're going to identify opportunities and it'll come faster than we know why. And it's going to be about, one, getting beyond your biases, and then two, being able to say, is this negative? And should I not be doing this? And as long as it's not a negative, of continuing to do it while you figure out the why. Because in order to keep pace and compete, there'll be others that are doing that. And we saw this in finance as well with automated stock buying and hedge funds and high frequency. They understood trades that were happening that would be profitable before they understood why that was going to be profitable, why that trade was working. And if you weren't doing that, you were a step behind. So it's being able to work in the gray and to work fast and be agile and collaborate, and all those are going to be really important people skills in addition to data science skills.
So when talking about personalization and AI and media, right? We've talked a lot about media. We have to talk about Apple and Google. I mean, that's, Apple's obviously, Apple and Mozilla for Firefox literally got rid of the third-party cookies, right? Apple changed their IDFA, which is a mobile ID, if you don't know what that is, from an opt-out to an opt-in, method. How has that impacted your business? Do you think that was, I have so many questions on this. First of all, before we talk about your business, what did you think of those changes for Apple? We'll eventually get to Google.
I'm not going to comment on those changes much for Apple, but to say that I do believe that that targeted advertising is essential for small businesses and competition, and has numerous benefits to society from jobs, and without it, it's actually more beneficial to the largest tech and business giants in the world, and we're a pretty big business. And I know for a fact that an upstart and a small, let alone a restaurant or a local business, would have no ability to do what we do without how ads have been being bought today. And so I think some of the discussion can get to the extremes without understanding that nuance and what's good and what's bad. I will say, fortunate to have trust from 2017, 18, 4-year plan from technical knowledge of having worked at every part of the ad tech stack on how to hedge ourselves and protect ourselves against any loss from the third-party cookie. And so Firefox, Safari, ATT have all happened, and we've been able to continue to scale, continue to have our ads perform, continue to buy audiences. And I think the match rates are going to go down, and how you do it is going to evolve, but there's still going to be the ability to do audience targeting even how things are. And I do think generally that it is a very good thing in terms of the positive impact that it can have. But again, that is one of our special sauces, and even how we did and chose and planned to do things, we have adjusted that with the talent that we've had and what we've learned, but we've not had any major disruption to how we buy, nor do we foresee any disruption to our ability to, at scale, reach the people and drive those outputs that we want.
I'd love to keep talking about this, but we're going to get the hook.
I need to have it programmed so that the Oscar music comes on automatically.
I know. It said we got the creep walk. So, one thing we'll just say before, just from all brand marketers out there, if you don't know this, I'm sure you know this, at running one of the larger in-app ecosystems, buyers are spending 2x the amount on Android users as they are iOS users. I'm an iOS user, so I'm a little offended, but that's what's happening in the market. And to your point, you need to make adjustments because there's opportunities. Google's eventually going to make a change. Obviously, you don't like what Apple did, so we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, for your time and questions, and feel free to reach out after or to me.
Thanks, guys. By the way, it's interesting because Rich, if you saw him before, his results on Apple is right after the room.
Yeah.
Because it's better audience and no one's good. He's got this huge.
Yeah.
So there's a 15-minute break right now, and we'll see you all shortly. Media, that's interesting. Okay. And Claudia Arango, who is our homegrown Director of Account Management.
New role. I've held many roles with Inuvo. I've been there for 12 years, but this is the most current one.
Since high school, clearly.
Since
right,
high school,
yes,
basically.
Yes. By the way, one thing, the previous fireside chat, we were talking about iOS inventory. One thing that I don't think Rich mentioned, that I'm sure you're about to say this, is because it's cookieless, Inuvo can access the iOS inventory, and it outperforms the Android because it's supply and demand. And then very few people are bidding on it, and it's a high-quality audience. So just wanted to add that. And with that, I'll turn it over to you guys.
All right. Well, John already did the introduction, so. All right. Well, would you like to elaborate a little bit about what you do at Bloomberg News?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I'm very loud, so I probably don't even need a microphone, especially for a small space like this. Pleasure to be here today. So my name's Chris Marino. I oversee performance, marketing, and media at Bloomberg Media. And my function is really focused on 3 specific areas. As some of you may know, and as our friend just mentioned, I'm surprised Bloomberg News has a head of performance marketing and media. Well, the subscriptions are not going to sell themselves, unfortunately, or I'd be out of a job. But so 3 focus areas for me. I oversee all of full funnel media off-site, so my team is responsible for growing brand awareness, helping people to see Bloomberg as more than just a terminal business, but as a news business, driving consideration for our suite of subscriptions products that are based on Bloomberg.com, but then also focused on actually converting that audience, whether the conversion happened directly or is assisted in another place. The second part of my role is focused on marketing technology. So as consumer privacy, consumer data protection continues to increase, the efficacy and efficiency of our marketing is being challenged. right? So really thinking about how do we create a tech stack that's going to help us future-proof the revenue that we have at risk today with the changes and also accelerate growth. And then the third piece of my team's responsibility is streaming. So we have a 24/7 live streaming network. It's called Bloomberg Quick Take. We have recently started to get into more original series content. So we just launched a show, How I Got Here with Chris Paul. The idea is really Chris Paul meeting with influential people within the industry, Mark Cuban, Byron Allen, so on and so forth, targeted towards a younger demographic. All of our video content is free. We really use that as an entry point to get that younger demographic in the door so we can start to do more with them. So that's a little bit about my role. It feels like 3 very distinct roles at other companies, having spent 10 years at American Express and worked at Instagram after that. But that was kind of one of the really attracting opportunities about Bloomberg, was being a part of a very well-known, globally recognized brand, but building something new and different within that context.
Very cool and very interesting. I had no idea that you guys were involved in so many different aspects. Well, I suppose Cookie Monster said it first. No more cookies, and the cookie stresses me out, or the lack thereof. Our industry is facing the same challenge. So everyone's struggling and stressing out, right? We're trying to figure out the best way to model, target, and track attribution for their advertising campaigns in a cookieless world. So over time, we've adopted various different attribution models as the industry has evolved. One of the earlier ones and kind of the simplest forms is UTM tracking, where you pass back the UTM parameter through some sort of a click action. The problem there is that you're unable to see view through attribution. Well, how many times have you seen an ad for the first time, clicked on it, and purchased a product? My hunch is probably not very often. Then there was the adoption of the cookie. The cookie had, some very promising initial results, although the big issue there is the cross-device attribution piece, right? And then it evolved to various different forms of cross-device or fingerprinting approaches, which are typically not very privacy-friendly. So as mobile usage has exploded, there's been an increasing need for tracking cross-device attribution. Although, with all these privacy efforts, protecting consumer privacy becoming very important within our industry, there's been major backlash in that regard. So we've seen efforts on 2 fronts. On the consumer side, there's been an increase in awareness and sensitivity in online tracking, as well as increased usage in VPN and incognito browsing. And then on the corporate side, companies such as Apple, which was mentioned earlier, they're making it increasingly difficult to be able to track users on their devices by basically disabling tracking of cookies, IP addresses, and UTM parameters, as well as offering free VPN usage. Then there are other companies such as Google, and they are basically deploying their own consumer privacy features as well, right? So they are also offering free VPN usage for certain accounts, as well as the deprecation of the cookie, which pretty much brings us to our topic today about attribution in a cookieless world. So what do we do in today's world? How do we remain privacy friendly to our consumers while still being able to accurately track attribution? And so that brings me to my first question, Chris. What is Bloomberg planning in this, evolvement of the cookieless world? How are you basically modeling out your attribution?
Yeah, big question, and I have all the answers, don't worry. No, in all seriousness, I think from my perspective, as a marketer, at first, I think people are very overwhelmed with this change. But when I go back to the root of what marketing is actually responsible for, it's being the champion of the customer. Because no one in a company is putting the customer at the center of everything that they do, especially if marketing is not. And so I think this is a really positive change for consumers, which is actually good for business in the long term. I think one of the things that we're really thinking about is, from my perspective, as attribution changes, data starts to become more important than ever. And owning your data and being less reliant on other platforms for data is at the core and center of the strategy. And it's not as easy to collect data as we might think, right? There are some companies who have really sexy products that lend themselves to easily collect data. Look at Chipotle giving free burritos out for email addresses, or ABI giving a free beer out for an email address. It's a little bit challenging when you're in different industries. And what that really goes at the core to is, how do you create a value exchange for a user to actually give you their email in exchange for something? And in the Bloomberg business, what we're really thinking about is, how do we start creating a registration experience for our users? And so, historically, a user may come to the site and you're going to hit a paywall. But before you hit that paywall, how do we start to give you access to free content so you can experience the brand? Why do I think this is a good thing? We're going to reach more high-intent users. Data quality is going to be inherently higher, right? When you think about a pixel, it sounds great in theory, but in reality, it's not very accurate. And you start to see that play out from an efficiency perspective in the marketing standpoint. And so I think the first piece is putting data at the core of your strategy. I think the second piece is bringing cross-functional partners along on the journey. And that is really hard to do, especially when you are dealing with privacy, legal. And what I would say is, the challenge that marketers are facing is, I don't think that those cross-functional partners understood the industry well enough before all of the changes. And now we're in the middle of a dramatic change where you need to bring these partners along. And so making sure they have a seat at the table, making sure they're a part of those conversations, and really co-creating the experience. The third piece is getting leadership buy-in, right? Another really big challenge. And I just want to underpin, marketers are under a tremendous headwind here. This is why you're seeing the CMO role have such short tenure, in my opinion, because marketing is being asked to do a lot. But what I think from a marketing perspective is really important is ensuring that your senior leaders are really well versed in not just understanding the business dynamics today, but setting the organization up for long-term growth. And I think a lot of these changes are a shift in mindset for, how do you manage not just in-year growth, but how do you manage long-term growth? And I think what you're going to start to see is the rise of more brand and mid-funnel content, right, designed to help the user fall in love with a brand, and really understand the depth of the product before they're hit with all of these acquisition messages, which is what the industry has been very dominated by. And so I think it's a multifaceted approach that we're trying to take, one that involves having a lot of folks at the table to drive stepwise change to what the future should look like.
So that's a very interesting outlook. How do you think people within your organization are going to basically accept these changes? And do you think that they're going to trust the results from performance? How do you think they're going to view that?
Yeah, I think in any organization, to some extent, paid is always going to be a really big line item. And more often than not, I think your finance counterparts are never going to be thrilled with what the ROI looks like. I think what's really important is bringing on the right infrastructure that's going to allow you to better quantify the impact of those marketing efforts. And so there's two things that I've been really focused on from a MarTech perspective. The first is, it's not just about collecting the data and having the data hygiene, but it's also having an infrastructure that's going to allow you to scale the use of that data offsite and to create a more omni-channel experience for that end user, because customers don't see channels, they see brands. And so how do you show up more consistently, and how do you create the infrastructure that's actually going to allow you to deliver personalization at scale? So that's one piece of the equation. The second piece that I'm incredibly bullish on is marketing mix modeling. And so our company had not had reliance on MTA historically, and I think given MTA's incredible reliance on cookies, I am much more bullish on MMM models. But MMM models are really helping us to get a lot more sophisticated with how we think about measurement. overlaying not just a performance view, but a macro view, right? Really helping business leaders to understand as you scale up, as you scale down, where do you reach diminishing returns? Where are the growth opportunities for the organization? And how do you think about paid, which is one of the main channels I oversee, driving growth for the entire organization, agnostic of where that growth actually happens? I think that's what's really important. People have looked at things from a very channel-centric view, but channels working together to drive more efficient performance is what I think the most important thing is in the industry, and that's a view of helping our leadership get there, right? And so I would argue measurement is far from perfect today, so I think it's helping the leaders understand where we are facing challenges and helping them understand how new measurement models actually help unlock more opportunity for the business. And those things have helped us launch our first brand campaign at scale. Before, brand wasn't something that we were really focused on at scale, right? Thinking about it as more of a performance branding strategy. So how do we reach new users that we would have otherwise never reached with our current acquisition messages? How do we grow retargeting pool, right? How do we get more people to the website? How do you deliver lifts in pre and post brand search? Really thinking about what are the right leading indicators that are going to help sell in what these strategies are going to look like more in the long term.
I imagine it's going to be a bit difficult to try to get everybody on board or kind of, everyone on the same page as far as which are the best efforts or approach for this. I think there's still a lot of unknowns within the industry and how things are going to roll out, or even being able to predict what's going to generate the best performance or view on this whole attribution piece. I think there's still a lot of questions out there. And
I think to that point, no one has the answers, but just putting test and learn at the core of everything that you are doing. So one of the really interesting tests that we've recently just run is we've started to onboard a CDP. We have historically been very reliant on cookies, right, to the point where it was eye-opening for our leadership to understand just how much revenue is associated with that. As we've started to use more of our own data that customers have actually opted into, we're seeing match rates increase significantly. I won't give a number, but enough to make a substantive difference in how we run our program and drive efficiency. So I think the model, as I think about it, is one, test and learn. Two, figuring out who are the right people that you actually need to get on the same page, because within any organization, there's a few decision makers that actually hold the keys to the kingdom, so to speak. And then three, ensuring that you're bringing them along, both in terms of some of those short-term wins where you're helping them to see the value of these long-term investments that they're making, and also giving them a seat at the table as you're architecting that experience.
Sure. So as you're kind of deploying these new attribution methods, what do you anticipate, or have you, I don't know if you've already kind of started to roll these out, but what do you foresee as challenges as far as running campaigns? What obstacles do you think you'll face?
Yeah, I think for me, it's reimagining a lot of the campaigns that we are running in a more integrated manner, right? So one of the things that I've been really focused on is growing our mid-funnel marketing. And the reason that I've been focused on growing mid-funnel from a campaign perspective is when you lead with acquisition messages, your users don't actually understand the value of your product. And so I've rolled out a number of new campaigns that are designed to simply educate and surprise and delight the user. So in a news business, one of our main assets is newsletters. The primary reason that folks come to subscribe is for our journalism. How do we use newsletters as a vehicle to give free content to a user so they can experience the brand? And we know that once a user signs up for a newsletter, not only are they more likely to convert on the product in the long term, but they're more likely to stay with us. And that's really important in a subscription business where at the end of month 3, your price goes from $1.99 to $34.99. right? So really thinking about how are you bringing in the right users, which I would say is a big tenet to the overall strategy. The second piece is mobile app. And so we've been really rethinking our mobile app in terms of where we're seeing consumption happen. And from a marketing perspective, we recently brought on an MMP. And MMP is allowing us to measure our marketing efforts in a more substantive way. And one of the things that we want to do is we want to get users on our app, because once they're on our app, we know they are much more highly engaged. They're much more likely to read content, and they're much more likely to give us their data, because it's a value exchange. There's something there, right? The third piece is social first content franchises, or what I call them. So a lot of times, a lot of publishers link you out to, you see an article promoted within a feed, you have to click on that article. When you click on that article, you hit a paywall. That's really not necessarily designed for social environments, right? And so thinking about how do we deploy social first content franchises. So I'll give you an example. We launched a crypto vertical in January where we really scaled crypto as an area of coverage for Bloomberg. And one of the things that we were focused on was how do we build brand equity around Bloomberg being the expert within the crypto space? And how do we give users really interesting statistics within their feed that are more social first in nature, that are going to help them get more educated, that are going to help them have smarter conversations with their friends, and that are going to help them think about Bloomberg as an expert, right? And so when I talk about campaigns, we're really thinking about the customer more, and we're putting the customer more at the center of what we do, and thinking about what is the right infrastructure that's going to create, as I'm learning about crypto on social or in email or wherever I go, I have this cohesive thread that's building on how I've engaged with the brand. Those are some of the things we're thinking through, right? Is really how do you deliver more value in a way that complements your product? So by the time someone gets to a product, they're actually primed and ready for conversion.
So, and this is a little bit off the whole attribution thing, but you mentioned something that just kind of brought curiosity. So would you consider your valuable customers or, subscribers, what are the things that they are doing that kind of expresses that or identifies that for you?
Yeah, I think a valuable subscriber is someone that's making the most use of the product. And so you're coming to the website multiple times a day. When you're on the website, you're viewing many different pages, right? You're subscribed to a number of different newsletters. You have the mobile app. I think one of the main jobs of marketers is ensuring that your customers see the clear value of what your product is actually delivering. And that's a lot of what our marketing messages are focused on. And so to me, the best customer is someone that gets the most value out of the product, and we make that value easy to discover, so you are taking advantage of it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. All right, well, I'm going to open up the floor for questions. So if anyone has questions for Chris, please feel free to, well, looks like we have.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
We have someone.
Yeah,
you might top my voice.
No singing. Actually, I don't have a question. I want to throw some kudos to you. So my wife is an investment banker. So she lives and breathes Bloomberg every day. I just had a text exchange with her. She recently, this is a kudos to you guys, of taking somebody in the B2B world, converting her to B2C. So she actually subscribes to it on her personal email address and everything else, because she is hungry for consuming content outside of the office. So I just wanted to throw you some kudos about converting an investment banker from her daily activity to consuming content when she's off hours.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that story.
So as a recovering journalist, it's great to see a media business here. I loved how you were talking about how you can't just show prospective users acquisition messages off the bat. You'll turn them off. You're looking at mid-funnel, using newsletters. That's awesome. How do you deal with top of funnel? Like, I'm trying to imagine you in a meeting telling John Micklethwait and Michael Bloomberg, oh, Bloomberg has an awareness problem. No one knows who Bloomberg is. Like, that's insane. But like, there's something to top of funnel. So how do you deal with that?
Yeah, I think great question, and I think it starts with qualitative research that is done really well. And it almost goes back to one of the earlier points that I raised around Bloomberg is very well known, but it's well known for the terminal business, right? How do we start to raise awareness for the fact that we have a consumer-facing subscription product? That's where there is more awareness opportunity. And actually, it's around that, in my opinion, you start with the data. You demonstrate pre-brand campaign through both qual and quant that there is an opportunity to raise awareness more specifically around our subscription-based offerings. Launch a brand campaign that demonstrates not just success within platforms like Facebook, OTT, all that good stuff, right? But then complement that with actual business-facing metrics. How are we demonstrating that when you have brand in market, people are more likely to come to the website when you don't have brand in market, right? Linking your brand campaigns to brand landing pages that actually continue the journey, because when you go to Bloomberg.com, there's a lot of content, right? How do we reframe how to maybe take the most advantage of the content that's on the site by articulating what are all of those offerings, and not the incentive isn't sign up for a product, right? It's actually learn more. Like, let us help you learn more about what it is that we do so you can get the most value when you're actually ready to sign up for that product, right? And so I think a lot of it starts with the data, and then it also starts with how do you use that brand messaging to make your acquisition pool more efficient. Because when you think about all of those new users that are getting to our website, we're growing our retargeting efforts. We're reaching people that we hadn't otherwise reached, and now we're more likely to take those users down the funnel. And one of my other things is search intent, right? So when you look at branded search terms, pre-campaign versus post-campaign, you're starting to see really significant lifts. And then I also like to look at specific acquisition numbers. And so over that time period, how is your CPA fluctuating once you actually have gotten a user exposed to a brand message and now you can bring them down? And the numbers are significant. And so I think it's a great point that you raised. I think we've worked really hard to frame the data in a way that lends itself to solving a more specific awareness problem. And I think some of the, in my opinion, the best brand campaigns are brands that connect a larger ambition to a product. And that's the job of these brand campaigns, is how do we connect this bigger picture? By the way, Bloomberg, donates all of our profit to philanthropy around the world. And we've got this really great product that can help you be smarter, help you have better conversations, and help you invest better.
Any other questions?
Thank you. In regards to what is happening in the marketplace now, how would the finance and the predictions as to what's going to happen in the financial markets as well as real estate, how do you find new subscribers, or how do you attract, since the way that you might have targeted in the past, even over the past year, is greatly changing? How are you finding the way that you move forward in the future to build your business and find new consumers? How is it evolving?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because from a demand perspective, typically when you see economic volatility, there's actually much greater demand for a Bloomberg-based product, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, consumers have more of a reason to actually come to the website. And so I think one of the focuses is really around content, right? So how are you making sure that Wealth, for example, is a really interesting brand that we have within the portfolio, where you start to think about personal investing, right? Maybe you're scaling up some of your content around personal investing. What would you do with $1,000 if you can invest it in the market today? So I think it's capitalizing on the demand and the curiosity of the unknown, and making sure that you're able to provide that consumer with some value once they actually get to the website or off-site, so they know how to better face the economic volatility, the economic downturn. I think I've been in industries where it's really different, right? Like, I've worked at American Express. When the financial markets are tightening and you're more constrained, demand is inherently going down because people are spending less. I think in our industry, demand actually increases in those moments of volatility.
And do you find yourself looking forward to finding these new consumers and exploring different ways of finding these new subscribers?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's always fascinating to understand consumer behavior and how consumer behavior differs from platform to platform. And I think one of the things that I get most excited about is how are you actually delivering more value, right, to those users, and how are you helping more people to see the value of our offering and watching that help to grow our subscriber base. And so that's one of the great things about media and what Bloomberg does is, we are a well-respected journalist publication that is backed by data, and we put that at the core of everything that we do. And democratizing access to that information is something that makes me feel really good at the end of the day.
That actually made me think of a question for you.
Keep them coming.
So how are you viewing consumer behavior? What kind of data are you looking at? Are you looking at your own data, or have you integrated some form of AI to be able to view that?
Yeah, I think we're looking at a variety of different sources of data. I think starting with our own data, using AI to really think about consumption and what consumers are more likely to consume as shifts within the market happen, and then thinking about how you actually place that content on the right place within the website to meet that consumer demand. I'd say we're also looking at offsite data and data outside of our own data, really looking at competitive spend trends, right? Non-competitive spend trends, really thinking about understanding the marketplace more holistically so we're primed to make the right investments in the long term.
Sure. Looks like we have another question. Microphone. Am I getting the hook? Last question. All right.
No karaoke. I promise no karaoke.
Sing us a song to end it.
Yeah.
It's better than the way I'm going to be able to
You
end
all
it,
don't
so.
want to hear that, trust me. Hey, my name's Ryan. Thanks so much for what you were talking about, both of you. I really heard a lot of consumer-facing sort of language, but the undercurrent that I was really hearing a lot of from you was sort of the purpose of Bloomberg, right? Journalism is meant to serve a certain purpose. Brand purpose is a big topic in a lot of marketing conversations these days. It sounds like that is very much at the forefront of what you're doing, but from a data perspective, you mentioned MMM and lots of personalization components. Are you thinking about brand purpose? And if you are, which I assume you are, like how are you integrating that from a data perspective into what you're doing, if at all, and if you can share?
Yeah. I would say brand purpose is critical. And I think a lot of the data sources that we're using are one of the audiences that we really want to reach, just like many other brands or younger demographics, right? And so how do we tap into what is really important to those younger demographics? And more often than not, what you see is purpose-driven brands that prioritize purpose over profit are actually what that younger consumer wants to engage with. And I think one of the main things that we think about as it relates to that is the type of content or journalism that we're covering. And so one of the areas of coverage that we've recently scaled is green, really thinking about more sustainability type content, thinking about how businesses can approach sustainability today through the lens of corporate social responsibility. And so I would say brand purpose is definitely rooted at the core of what we do. It's rooted at the core of how we actually write. And then what I think our job as marketers is how do you incorporate that lens into your content in a way where you increase awareness and consideration around that.
Thank you very
Great.
much.
Thank you. And just in closing, I think we'll have to wait and see how the industry is going to shake out and ultimately see how that cookie will crumble.
And hopefully you know now why Bloomberg employs me. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. On to the next fireless chat. Okay. From J&J Consumer Health, Matthew Fantazier? How should I pronounce it? Fantazier sounds better. We'll go with Fantazier. You're French. You're French, right? Yes. Okay.
Can I get a French rendition?
Stephen Elliott.
Oui.
I worked for Publicis once, so I should be able to do this. Okay. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's amazing how he asked, because what did I ask earlier? Have you done your genealogy? Where's your name from?
Super confusing. Don't worry about it.
Well, look, we are up here and grateful for what we just covered, because a lot of that is going to help us. And before we just dive right into it, I want everybody to know we're going to cover some really fun things like the Titanic and Formula One. And so although it's a little bit in the afternoon and we're talking about AI and some of this dense material, Matt is the man. And it's been really neat because you think about someone that graduates many moons ago, joins this company, and you've been with them now almost 2 decades, right?
That's right.
What's that like? Because we're kind of similar age. I'm thinking, I didn't do that. Every 18 to 36 months, I'm out.
Yeah. I put on my hat and go out in the morning and, come home with a cocktail waiting for me. It's very 60s existence. But yeah, I've been at J&J for over 16 years, which is pretty unique, but we'll get into it. But I have not done the same thing for 16 years.
He has not. He's held 10 positions. And lately, his most recent one, you've held for about 12 months now?
Yeah, about a little over a year.
I've got to fact check this, because when we list everything he's done in 12 months, you're going to say either WTF or holy smokes. So, and then you're at a clip rate right now, a new hire, one every, 3 weeks about?
About every 3 weeks or so, yeah.
Yeah, we were talking earlier because I've had the great fortune to get to know you better, and then Kate sharing what she's done in 3 years and her small team, and they're out there lean, and then here you are in 1 year. You're up to 16 reports now?
Yeah.
And so, of course, it's not comparing one against the others. It's just really neat to see how some organizations, though, are coming in, building out some champions, and then really building a framework around them, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's a little bit of a different approach, and it's new. None of the jobs on my team, mine included, existed a year ago. And so they're all new. I've gotten really good at writing job descriptions if everyone has questions about that. I'm a good interviewer. I've interviewed dozens and dozens of people, hopefully not from your organizations. But it's different because what we've built is really inside of the local marketing business, not as a center of excellence. And the way we've thought about it is really the scaffolding around our traditional marketing team, really built around it. And honestly, as I told you earlier, I'm actively trying to put myself out of a job. We are currently really doing this in a way to just integrate into how we do business. It is not digital. It is just how we're operating as Johnson & Johnson Consumer Health.
Excellent, yeah. So when we first connected, my process, especially with this, is always get to know the person behind the professional. So it's been really neat to get to know you and to see you're a constant student, right?
Yeah, I think you have to be. I mean, we're hearing today all the great things that are happening across different organizations, and that's why I like coming to these things. I told you in our discussion, the office is a bad place to learn your business and run your business, so you have to get outside. You have to see what's happening in financial services and in beverages and all sorts of different industries and where the innovation is, and this space just changes literally every day.
And then as you started to learn, I bet you amassed this amount of knowledge. And then what did you start to do with that knowledge?
It started very innocently. I just started sending hey, this is interesting. You should probably pay attention to it to my team, to 5, 6, 7 people. And then more people were like, I should probably know what's going on. And it turned into an actual newsletter, which has turned into work for me, which is kind of the not good part of it. But I send a bi-weekly newsletter for the last 6 years and really tried to distill down why people should care about what's happening in the industry and what you should do about it. And that's what I do now.
And if I understand, I appreciated the flow quite a bit, which is, here's a summary of the knowledge I shared, and then now here's my hot take.
Yeah,
Matt's hot takes.
I try to keep it 3 sentences because nobody has time to read anything. I delete most of the emails I get. I know you do too. So get in, get out. It needs to be a 2-minute read. Why do you need to care about it? And what's my perspective as a CPG marketer? Why do I need to care? Why should I invest in this? And people can take it or leave it, but I try to lead with honesty and authenticity around, this is what I think. And people email me and say, I don't agree with you. I'm like, good. Because that's okay. And it's not for everyone.
Yeah, and when I see how you've continued to study, and then when we were looking at, or first me, I was looking at your LinkedIn and seeing this career and thinking, how the heck does someone go from accounting and finance to then leading media and digital innovation for some of the biggest brands That's really neat. You mind just kind of sharing that? Like,
Yeah.
because it's kind of split 50-50 so far in the career, more or
Yeah,
less.
so I spent about the first 6 or so years in finance at J&J. I joined J&J out of college. I was an accounting major. I'm a CPA. I have a license still, actually, because that test is hard, and I have to maintain it because that was a lot of work. But I did that for about 6 years. Quickly realized that wasn't for me. Went back to grad school here in New York at NYU and studied marketing, and then moved from, I was doing asset valuation for our pharma business, not marketing, and then moved into marketing Ben Gay as an associate brand manager, which couldn't be more different. And since I've been in marketing for about 10 years, have kind of oscillated between traditional marketing and digital marketing. My last job, I was leading marketing for our baby franchise, which is about as traditional as it gets. And now I'm building our digital capabilities across our skin health business. So pretty diverse.
Well, great. And we didn't plan this yet. I'm glad you said building. Because as you were describing a lot of what you're doing, and not just you, Johnson & Johnson, and the ecosystem that they've helped create so that way you can come in there and now create this. The analogy that was in my head, because a month ago, I had a transformative experience, which was going to Formula One and experiencing what that engineering is. And again, in my seat, seeing so many brands talk about being data-driven or innovating, and sometimes you want to just call them out because they're not. And really what I saw was what they're trying to do sometimes is take maybe, let's be kind of Ford, but a Ford Mustang and putting it on the track, slapping a turbo on it, slapping different tires, and then saying, now we have a Formula One car. What you are doing and Johnson & Johnson is doing is built a specific team and are building a product from the ground up and then re-engineering the organization to support that, right?
Yeah, that's it. It really started with identifying what are the needs, what do we need to get better at? Precision marketing, content creation, retail media, whatever the case may be, all the different verticals, search that, we weren't industry leading in, or we were doing okay, but like, what are the places where we need to really leapfrog and grow? And then we've gone out and built those capabilities, either in-house or finding folks on the outside to come in, fit for purpose. Who are the different folks we need? What are the different skill sets we need? And then really, like I said earlier, injecting that into our local teams. And then now the work has been, okay, how do we work together? How are we working side by side with our brand teams, with our agencies, the ways of working? Do we have the right structures? Do we have the right, partners in place, the right technology, the right capabilities built? And that's really what it's the whole, my last year or so has been all about, which is, every day is a new challenge. It's pushing a rock uphill sometimes, but it's super rewarding to see all the progress we've made and really, just continuing on.
Great. Well, I want to shine the light on you even a little bit more. I hope everyone's picking this up. You're doing night classes at NYU.
I was.
Yes. And you've been now interviewing and scaling and building. We made reference of Formula One. And now here comes the Titanic reference, which is because that's what you're kind of doing, is you're trying to turn a Titanic. The organization is 130 years old, about?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
Been around.
Ancient. I don't know anyone that old.
Yeah.
And yet now you came in, you developed this Formula One vehicle that's just whipping around, changing, and really showing, here's the speed we can do. And really, you're just getting started.
Yeah.
Right? And so I liked how earlier you said you're building the scaffolding around the marketing team and trying to work yourself out of the job. Can we just go into that a little bit more?
Sure. I mean, you don't stick around and grow as much as we have and have the brands we have without having a ton of amazing people, products. I mean, you can't ignore what got us here. And we have amazing skills, talent, like amazing colleagues that I work with. So it's not a matter of like, let's throw it out and start over, but it's really, how do we make this work even better? How do we make this an and? It's not an or. And I think that's the big thing with digital and marketing is it's both. You need the traditional, you need the digital capabilities. And what we've been doing is really, we start with what's our problem, what's our business objective. And a couple of the folks have mentioned that here today, which was exciting to hear. And it's not discovering America or anything, but that's a great way to start with innovation, is really grounding yourself in the foundational problems you're trying to solve, and then really working side by side and having completely aligned goals. I tell my team, we do not have digital experience goals. Don't exist. I'm the guy who approves your expense reports and stuff, but like, you are part of the Neutrogena team. You are part of the Aveeno team. We have Neutrogena goals. We have, Johnson's Baby goals, full stop. And that's And then from there, you know, what we've seen is we've really embedded ourselves as part of just the local teams. The really exciting part is we're hearing things and questions and, you know, ways of working that we would have never heard a year ago. We're hearing our, you know, our traditional teams asking about viewability and the, you know, audience selection and all the different things that have been more kind of in the shadows and in the corners with experts and specialists, which is sort of a dirty word. They're now becoming more conversational on that and recognizing the importance. And, you know, it can't be done in a silo. We need everyone, not even just marketing, our sales partners, our supply chain partners, our agencies, to be all thinking this way. And that's really the heavy lift. And I think the special sauce in this is it's not, yeah, I've gone out and hired phenomenal people. Awesome. But you can't do this in isolation. It has to be done in partnership.
Yeah. And in partnership, the topic of leadership comes to my mind because when speaking with you and then Kate, I found it really interesting that these two organizations are doing something unique, which is the org chart or the reporting structure. Yep. She eventually feeds into about 50-50 CMO, CCO. You feed into something very unique, and let's talk about that real quick.
Sure. So I report to our head of technology. I do not report to our marketing team. Now it's the like commercial half of his body, so I'm not in the IT organization, but it really brings an interesting perspective, and it's really that combination of, you know, technology and marketing where we're seeing, I mean, that's why we're here, like literally that's the whole day today, but that's where we're going, is really thinking about these things as not separate entities, but how do we bring together the amazing technology resources and thinking and processes together with marketing. And it's been an interesting experience, to be honest with you. I mean, he asks very different questions than some of my former bosses in a really good way. And I think that brings more diversity of thought and brings together, hey, have we thought about it this way, which maybe a traditional marketer wouldn't have asked that question.
Yeah, you worded it a little bit better, just in the sense of how I remembered it when we were talking, where you said, well, it's good that he's not a traditional marketer. And then,
off the record.
Yeah, off the record, but now on the record, noted. So we've heard this theme come up a couple of times. We have Jordy earlier. I liked how was mentioned, marketers should develop strong analytical skills to better develop business cases. And Chris mentioned that just now with Bloomberg News as well, and you highlighted that being in this more technical, non-marketer, traditional marketer position with a team that you're reporting into and that you're building out has really helped you be a little bit more objective.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the interesting pivot that's really been injected into our team and then in turn into the broader organization is being completely outcomes focused. And that's really what the technology world is focused on. It's less about the launch. We, you know, oftentimes in marketing, myself included, you get excited about the launch because it's exciting, it's emotional. But did you sell anything? Did it do anything? Did you get the data? Is the data any good? Whatever your goal is. And it brings that really objective, outcomes-focused obsession to our team, which is really, it changes the conversation, and I think it helps. You know, prioritization is a problem for literally everybody, and it really helps with that. If I can say, this isn't going to drive the outcome we want, makes it a whole lot easier to say, don't do it. So it's good that it pushes us in different ways, but I think it also helps our teams from a just capacity perspective. It's almost counterintuitive, but being objectives focused and outcomes focused can really be freeing in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and in order to reach those objectives, we can talk about technology all day long, right? Yet something I really appreciated you kept bringing up was the human element, the human aspect. How are you and Johnson & Johnson approaching the human element, dare I say, in preparation for the technology?
Yeah, it takes people. I think that's what a lot of companies, ours included, hadn't always, assumed. And oftentimes you see digital transformation show up as a line item in your goals and objectives. But that's sort of like my analogy for you, we love analogies as it turns out. Yes. It's like starting a hockey team without figuring out who knows how to ice skate. So like you can say we're gonna do all this stuff, but if you don't have the right people in place or enough people to focus and really go deep on these things, it's gonna be kind of for naught. You're probably gonna have a 1-year license, you're not gonna renew, like all the things that I'm sure like painfully and, too soon for a lot of the folks here listening, but that's the reality. We needed to really invest in people and make sure we had the right people and enough people in place to actually do the work and really, drive these either technologies or capabilities that we are looking to stand up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm reminded of a math class I took long ago, and the teacher started off saying most people are bad at math, not because they should be bad at math. Their perception of math at the onset blocks them from ever learning it. And that's very much like AI. If you could sit on the Zooms and I start to talk about AI and marketers' eyes will glaze over and I say, shoot, that's someone that doesn't know AI. If they knew it, they would be stoked. And then I loved how it sounds like you are taking that initiative to go and retool the people, to educate them, to get them excited about tech, and then marry the tech with the humans.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand the why. And I think that's, with sharing relevant innovations in the marketplace through a newsletter or just my day-to-day interactions with my partners and team, it really all starts with, what are we trying to accomplish here? Why is this going to help you? It's not that complex sometimes, but I think we overcomplicate it. So really basing ourselves in, what's this going to help us do? It's going to help us make decisions faster. It's going to help us, look across more, elements than we could otherwise or with our resources. People understand that. And I think that's what you have to start with. And then from there, you can get into the discussion of the technology, but you can't just, you can't skip this step.
Yeah. Well, let's not skip the step of the people and go back to what you shared, which was kind of Johnson & Johnson. Maybe a lot of companies act this way, which is the 60s mentality, right? The one big idea. And then start from there and then go to where you're at now.
Yeah. So, I mean, like a lot of CPGs, and someone was mentioning this earlier, I think it was with the Bayer discussion, like we don't sell directly for 99 or whatever % of our sales. We put our products on a truck that goes to Arkansas and Minneapolis. We put advertising on the air. We light prayer candles, and we hope people buy it. 6 months later, we'll get MTA results, and then we can adapt to that, which is great and awesome and helpful. But the mentality is a little bit more that big bang campaign focused. You do one thing and then see what happens, rinse, repeat year after year. What we're trying to evolve to is to emulate more of what we see in the performance marketing space. We're limited. We do not have the same data that our DTC, friends have all the time because we're not selling directly. We don't own all the data. But where we can have, data reads, where we can have partnerships either with retail media networks where we get signals, or maybe there's some leading indicators that we can figure out. What we've done is build a team that can really act at the speed of learning. And instead of, okay, we're going to put something in market, we'll see the MTA in 6 months, and then we'll talk about it. Maybe we'll implement it, maybe we won't. We have to break that cycle, and that's really what our team's really focused on is, hey, we figured this out. We see that this audience isn't, it could be even media delivery. Like it's not serving as we expected, or, the Facebook algorithm has prioritized this, and now we're not talking to this high-value audience or this creative that we really like, whatever the case may be. Getting into more of an always-on, hands-on approach. Always on doesn't mean you do something all the time. Statistical significance and where and all these things are still a thing that we live with. Our industry has longer purchase cycles. I don't sell Skittles. People are buying our products every 3 to 6 months, maybe, not every week. So, we can't act on a weekly basis necessarily, but we need to be ready to as we learn and as we evolve, or as things come up in the marketplace that aren't even data-driven. If there's a cultural event, how can we evolve? So it's really changing to being more hands-on, more leaned in, and then creating more performance marketers versus really project managers. That's really what we're trying to do.
Yeah, and you're achieving it. I loved how you said optimizing at the speed of learning. And, we're not going to touch on singularity and if and when it's going to happen yet. That was really neat how you said that, because if you truly train them and then you power them with culture and all that, but then the technology, now that feedback loop, the data feedback loop, and to be able to analyze, ingest, and then deploy, you're compressing that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the way to think about it, because the easy shorthand for that is real time, which just isn't a thing really in a lot of our cases, especially for our large reach media campaigns. I'm not optimizing, large 30, 40 million person, 12-week flights of, whatever. We're not doing that because it doesn't make any sense. But at the speed of learning, like whenever it makes sense, depending on the channel. Search can be daily and weekly. Retail search can be real time because you see the response. It just depends on the channel, but being ready to act as we learn is really what we're trying to strive for.
Excellent. Now, thinking of the theme here, how are you and your team working towards personalization at scale?
Well, I mean, it starts with the insight, like what are we trying to solve for, I guess, and then do you need the personalization at scale? But I think there are different examples where we've deployed it. So it can come in forms of creative optimization and, you know, across different audiences. That's a pretty standard way we've been doing it across our, you know, programmatic buys and things like that, by audience, by creative, you know, kind of these big matrices of decision trees and whatnot. But also, you know, at scale can mean just being relevant in a way that could mean something to an individual, but everyone's experiencing that. We saw that in the baby category when I worked on that business, when we knew that every expectant parent was dealing with COVID and they did not care about shampoo. So how do we personalize their experience? We talk about, you know, what to expect when you go to the hospital. Can your partner show up in the delivery room? Things like that. That's, you know, it's not a technology sort of thing that might be heresy to say today, but to me that's personalization too, because that's really talking to your consumer and being consumer centric. But also in the baby category, you know, how do we scale that? We know that every parent's different, and anyone that has kids here knows that the experience you have is expecting, newborn, toddler, and older kid is vastly different. So you can't talk to them the same way. So we've employed website personalization across our baby websites to really customize that experience, knowing expectant parents might be really information hungry, so let's prioritize content, and then people with older kids might just want to find where they can buy product quickly and have it shipped to their door. You know, whatever they're looking for is really what we're trying to deliver.
Excellent. And this probably feeds into this one, is why do you feel AI, innovation, and personalization are crucial?
I think it's because that's what our consumers are trained to expect. I don't compete with other CPGs, I compete with everyone. I'm competing for, you know, the expectations are being set by Netflix and Uber and Spotify and, you know, everybody that has a great personalized experience. That's what consumers have come to expect. You know, people have been trained to be able to type basically anything into a Google search bar and get an answer. So if I can't deliver a good, personalized, relevant experience to them quickly, easily, I'm going to fall short. So yeah, we compete against other CPGs, but their life experience is setting different expectations for them, and that's really what we're competing with.
Great. And when I think about competition, then I think, hey, winning, and then I think, what's next? And so when you look at your role and what you're able to see, and you're looking into the future, what's getting you excited?
I think it's that we're accelerating this, that we're doing more of it. So how do we pull more into this construct? How do we get more people who should be talking together, who should be working together, essentially around the same table? So we're evolving to bringing in more of our technology resources into this environment. So our website, CRM, our apps closer in with our media, because that experience is more of a lifetime value sort of experience that can feed into our acquisition activities over on the media side. These teams should be working together. Today they're not, by and large. So that's really, you know, this escalation and really bringing these together is our next step. And really it's happened super fast. I mean, like I said earlier, I am actively trying to obsolete myself because we need to move on to that next step. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be something for me or my team to do. It's the next thing. We've set this foundation. We've created a lot of these constructs. Now, how do we take it to the next level and the next level? That's what I'm excited for, is the real, you know, lean in and acceleration of this type of work that we're doing.
Cool. I think at this time of the day, you deserve a lob, just a nice little easy
Let's do
one
it.
here. Yeah. So, what's your favorite Johnson & Johnson product?
So many to choose from. We make a lot of phenomenal products. I think right now, so I'm going on vacation in a little over a week. Neutrogena sunscreen is my favorite Johnson & Johnson product right now. In general, it's a phenomenal product. Sun safety is incredibly important. I'm very fair-skinned, so I'm going to Florida, so I am packing a lot of sunscreen with me. But it's something we're passionate about. It's a category that's incredibly important. Skin cancer is the most preventable form of cancer, in case you didn't know. 90% of it is preventable. So it's something that, yes, we make a product, but the healthcare aspect of it is so important, that mission, is incredibly important. We actually created a documentary about sun safety and skin cancer and the dangers of it that is hopefully going to win something at Cannes. We'll see. Check back in a couple weeks. But it's a area that it's a great product, but there's an amazing mission behind it. So whatever you use sunscreen, wear a hat, please be safe. But that's what I'm excited about to put in my suitcase in about a week and a half.
Yes. And I love how you also said, when I shared maybe not the, when I shared just how I perceive Johnson & Johnson, and you really led with, Stephen, we're a science company. In fact, I've got a lab that I could go walk through right now by your office, right?
100%. Yes. We have I work with scientists. I'm meeting with one tomorrow. That is core to who we are. So it makes marketing a lot easier when you sell great products. That makes my job way easier. But yeah, that's who we are at our core. That's kind of what we lead with, essentially, is we don't sell it if it's not science-backed. So that's who we are.
Then before we open up for the AMA section, is applying your scientific side, how would you counsel or give advice to someone getting started out now on this journey?
I alluded to it earlier, but I would say start with your business problem. Start with the foundation.
Hypothesis?
And
or now we got to go right to the problem?
We can have a hypothesis, but as you're working through, set it up as what are we trying to solve for? We think this is the way to do it. Here's what it's going to deliver for us, and then measure your results. We measure our results in a lot of different ways, and it's complex. It's cost savings, it's cost avoidance, it's performance improvement, it's learning and morale and all the different things. But I think you start from that foundation of what are we trying to solve for? Don't look to create solutions looking for problems. Figure out what your problem is first, and then it's a lot easier to get the rest of the organization to come along, because I said it earlier, you cannot do this in isolation. It has to be in partnership with a broader organization.
And then what's going to happen when you do work yourself into obsolescence? No.
We'll see.
We'll see, yeah. Not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
You're doing amazing. Yeah. And let's, in spirit of that, any questions?
We have one or two questions.
Two. We need two.
We have two. Yes, go ahead.
So there's two out here.
Make them good.
All right.
I'll be quick. Yeah, I'm curious. You talked a lot about education within your organization. What about educating the retailers, and is there resistance in terms of your data insights versus their data insights?
We have aligned priorities here. They are looking to evolve, and it's a great question. I literally talked about it last week with one of our customer teams. They're looking for that education because they're building retail media networks. If we win by selling through their networks, we all win, because we sell it through Target or Walmart or wherever, and we're selling our products. So we have aligned priorities there. It's a high margin business for them, so it's definitely something that they want to learn. But there's a huge appetite from our customer partners to learn here, because they, actions speak here. They see this as the future. They're investing enormous amounts of money into their media practices, measurement practices, things like that. And there's absolutely a partnership and an education there, because they're newer at it. So definitely a two-way street there.
Last question.
I'm Jeremy. Curious, heard a lot about education, and curious about, it was interesting about the fact that you reported back to your head of technology. I found that a lot of times, often, it gets lost in translation when you're talking about how you communicate success to ops or finance. So it's almost inversed at your company. So I'm wondering if the internal education process for how you're innovating and success around that innovation is challenging to get the rest of the org on board with what you're doing. And if so, how do you communicate that success to the other parts?
I spend a lot of my time talking to other parts of the organization and educating on what we're doing, why it's important. I wouldn't say there's resistance in it. I think it's a matter of making sure people understand it, though, because a lot of times people don't know what they don't know. If it's a new, these jobs are all new. They did not exist a year ago. So for no fault of their own, everyone's learning. I'm learning too. I am the first to admit I don't have all the answers, and we sort of lead with that of I may not know, but we'll figure it out together. And I think that helps also to disarm some of these conversations, to not act like I know everything. I certainly don't. At all. So, but it's staying focused on what we're playing for and not getting caught up in hype, I think. It's like, how are we advancing, and how does this ladder up to our operating plan goals? Really speaking the same language helps a lot, and not getting too magical with it. Like, we're talking about hard numbers too, and like actual dollar savings or improvements. So we focus on the real metrics as much as some of the exciting, innovative stuff, but like, it's got to make dollars and cents at the end of the day.
Thank you, gentlemen. Very good. Okay, next up is another one with Matthew's digital twin, Matthew Frazier. Yeah. Okay.
Johnny on the spot. Are we good to go, John? Proceed. Hey guys, good to see you, Matt.
Good to be back.
Right? Good to be
Hey.
back. It's like you guys are doing double duty here, right?
How much did everyone miss us? Matt in particular.
Hey,
I
it's
missed
been
you
a
already.
it's been a pretty exciting last hour for all of us here.
It makes sense if you think about it, though. I mean, you got performance marketing over here, you got digital experiences over here. I mean, you're covering a wide range of things, right? So I think your perspectives are really interesting. One of the things we thought maybe we'd kick this thing off with is, insights. Insights are important. They kind of drive, a lot of the decisions we make. And as we've seen as a theme here throughout this conference, the data that's used to drive insights is being challenged, let's just say, right? So I wonder if you guys could maybe opine, on that a little bit and say, what's your perspective on that? What are your respective companies, thinking about in that regard? Matt, why don't you, kick it off?
Yeah, I actually don't think it's a bad thing, which is weird to say. Chris and I talked about this at the break a little bit, so I won't steal all the thunder. I'll pass it back to you in a second. But no, I mean, I think it forces us to think differently. The data we were using isn't always, the singular truth that we think it is. Third-party purchase data is modeled. If you look at how these platforms categorize people, it can be laughable. If you look at yourself, you can see your own categorization on, platforms that rhyme with Facebook, and it's not always who you are. So I think it forces us to think differently. It forces us to get serious about, our data fidelity, segmentation, how we're using the data, the type of data we're looking for. But no, I actually don't think it's a bad thing. It's a challenge, but it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I echo that sentiment. And what I've been super interested by and not surprised by throughout the conference is no matter what vertical people are in, whether it's insurance, whether it's CPG, whether it's news, we're all facing the exact same challenges. And so in a way, I find that to be comforting. And I find the fact that we're hearing the same playbook being used across a variety of different verticals to also be comforting. I think one of the things that's really interesting to me is, and it's kind of similar to what you were saying earlier, Matt, around creating new opportunities within an organization to do things in new and different ways. And with this data and the change within data, one of the things that I'm excited about is thinking about how do we start to use the data we have and model that data off-site in a scalable way to start to get smarter about how we're using it. And so I think it creates some new challenges, but also some new really exciting opportunities. And I love that we're all facing the same dilemma. And none of us have the answer, which I think we all said.
I think that's absolutely correct, and maybe just a follow-up on this same question that's related to that, and I'll throw it out to either one of you, but a good friend of mine, a wise friend of mine, once said something to me, and it's resonated with me throughout my career, and you both come from very large organizations, and the context for his statement was from a large organization. And he told me the following. He said, Rich, a new idea in a big company is like a virus in the body. The company wants to kill it. Why don't you talk about that? J&J is a gigantic company, right?
I don't know about that. I mean, let's not go that far. I think a new idea that's not based in reality and a business need, yeah, that can be a distraction. It can be seen as a shiny object or, something that people are chasing. But I think if you frame that as a solution, that idea is not. I think people be surprised how receptive people are to new ideas. They're just usually too afraid to say it, is my opinion. I don't feel like I get a lot of pushback when I'm bringing solutions that are relevant to my organization. People want that. To be competitive in today's marketplace, you have to do that, and good leaders recognize that. But you can't just say, I think we should be doing this. Why? I think that's the piece that's critical.
Yeah, I echo that sentiment. I think I come from a school of good ideas get funded, and so I think a lot of what I try and do and ask my team to do is not limit ourselves to what we know to be true today, but to challenge the status quo, but to do so in a way that is backed by data and solving a customer need, and using that as a way to bring people along. I think along that journey, there are challenging stakeholders with maybe conflicting objectives that make pushing that project along more difficult. And I think starting with what is important to them and how does this help them on their journey, that starts to become really important. But I'd love to say I've been able to get everything through the goalpost, but I haven't.
Right, I'll bet neither of you have had any trouble getting new stuff through the org, right? No, it's a layup, isn't it?
Super easy.
It's super, super easy. Good stuff. Chris, maybe I'll put a question over to you, but prospecting and customer is kind of being separated now. I mean, the data that we've traditionally used to analyze our customers will still be available should we choose to use it to analyze those customers, but the prospecting side will not. And so there's maybe a divide happening now. And so how are you guys thinking about that divide?
Yeah, I think we're really trying to use our data to build lookalikes off of the customers that we have already seen come into the franchise. And I actually think we're actually seeing quite a bit of scale within that, right? And so I think prospecting remains very important. There may just now be a little bit of a more nuanced way to do it, and you might not have the exact same scale that you previously had, but I do think that the quality of the audience that you're going to end up reaching is going to be higher. But I don't know if you're seeing similar things, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way you're prospecting has to bring in relevant folks too. If you just, like in my world, if you put out hot coupons out there, that may not be the consumer I want to build my audience off of if they're super price sensitive. You have to think about the quality of that data you're bringing in and then modeling out. So, and you mentioned it earlier, some of my favorite examples of free beer and free burritos to acquire first-party data. But if you're, Chipotle and you're giving out burritos, like theoretically that's irrelevant. Someone that's like, I want a free burrito, I can talk to them. But I think you have to think about how you're acquiring that data and then really providing that value exchange like you talked about in your session earlier. That's totally critical, and that bar is just so much higher now because everyone's wise to the game.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. Maybe Matt, just talk a little bit more because you were sort of passionate about your knowledge that existing data sources, even if they're going away, maybe that's an opportunity because, as you quite correctly pointed out, there's something limiting to them, and they're all modeled. Yep. And so, could you just maybe expand on that a little bit because it's a nice theme. It's an interesting theme.
I mean, I think what it forces us to do is really build that relevance with our consumer. And, the way I would think about it is that data without relevance is essentially surveillance. So how do you think about, write it down. I came up with it, I'm like,
I wrote it down
we
when
got
you said
it,
it,
we
man.
got it.
When you first said it.
It's gold.
It is gold.
But reality, I think that's where we're at. And I think it forces us to think, how do I better serve my consumer? And, one of the examples we talked about is our Skin 360 product for Neutrogena, where consumers can scan their face, and it's essentially a dermatologist in a pocket. You can use your phone or whatever and get product recommendations based upon your skin type. What do you have, fine lines? Do you have spots? Whatever. that's a super relevant exchange, knowing that the beauty space is very confusing. People are looking for solutions for them, and we can deliver that. And in exchange, we know something about them that we can better serve them now. If we know the types of products they're looking for, I can feed that into my media models, I can customize their website experience, and really serve them as an individual that I know something about. And that's different than they bought something in the last 52 weeks that may or may not be relevant. They could have bought it for a friend. Someone could have stolen their credit card. I don't know. But it's a different relationship we're building that I think is important, and it forces brands to think that way of like, what can I offer? How do I be more than a product? And I think that's a good evolution. We live in a world of choices, so you have to differentiate. Product's not enough anymore.
I wonder, earlier in the sessions, I guess it was Paul who showed us that Imagine technology that Google was working on that sort of can took an image and do all kinds of crazy stuff with it. And I think you had mentioned something to me about you guys developing technology that can scan a face and draw some conclusions, that would be beneficial, right, to a consumer. That sounds like incredibly insightful data and personal data, right? That with a value
doesn't get much
prop,
more personal.
with a value prop to it, to the consumer. Maybe talk just a little bit more about that if you could.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way to get one-to-one, which is hard to do. It's expensive to do that. But if we can have the technology that can get us there and then funnel into some, we can, tag our products based on benefits and, how to best delineate. But there's also low-tech versions of that too, where it could be, people volunteering information. What are you looking for? Do you have curly hair, straight hair? Do you have this, or, what benefits are you looking for? But how do you make it more, put more control in that consumer's hands? And there's examples all over the industry with this sort of stuff. I mean, virtual try-ons or, all kinds of stuff. But I think it just makes it meaningful. It's not product. It's more, let me help you. That's just a different way brands are showing up today because of technology.
Yeah, and I think in a world where brand loyalty has never been more challenged, we're actually pushing ourselves to a place where loyalty is going to be at the underpinning of everything we do because the bar has been so significantly raised. And I think maybe it's a different way of thinking about the number of consumers that you're acquiring versus the quality of the consumer that you're actually bringing in, and just raising the bar of everyone around you, which is challenging.
This brand loyalty, it's a nice thread. We see this because we clearly have clients who have little or no brand, and then other clients who have brand. And what we've noticed, of course, is the obvious, is that the world is so cluttered with ads and offers and opportunities that if you don't have a brand, I mean, it is really, really hard to get people to respond. Maybe talk about that, because you guys obviously have two great brands, right?
I mean, without brand loyalty, you're fighting for every sale. So, I mean, it is so expensive to do that. And that's where lifetime value is it's different than your short-term ROI. The way we're modeling short-term ROI doesn't take that into account. And that's a challenge that you have to look at, and I think Paul had mentioned this earlier, like you look at more than one data set and think about it in more than one way. It's not, if you try to optimize for one metric, you could end up making poor choices or making short-sighted choices. I thought that was a really insightful thread he was talking through. And that's true. You have to think, if there's a way I can create and foster and maintain brand loyalty, if I give them a solution, here's the perfect product for you, or here's the perfect newsletter based upon your interests, they're more likely to come back versus a more transactional relationship of save $2 and then next month when they come back to the shelf, one of my competitors is on sale. Well, I bought that, it was good, but this is on sale. I don't really have a emotional attachment to this brand. I mean, lifetime value is the other side of customer acquisition costs that I think modern brands need to really start thinking hard about, especially as we get into, where we're heading in the industry.
It's sort of interesting because as the marketing industry is forced to evolve so dramatically, one of the things that immediately comes to mind for me are how have some of the other functions within a broader organization also evolving. Like finance is a great example within a company where we ran a brand campaign, and one of the first questions I got from our CFO is, what's the ROI? And that was never the goal, right? So I think as we are forced to evolve, as customer expectations continue to rise, cross-functional organizations need to arise with that. And thinking about principles differently outside of what has historically guided strategic decisions within a company. It's very hard to plan long term. I feel like many companies are always planning to the year and then course correcting around the year, whereas I'm a much bigger believer in thinking 3 to 5 years out and managing to those longer term growth goals. And so it will be interesting to see, the onus shouldn't just be on marketers, it should be on companies to evolve. And so that's something I'm incredibly curious about is how will some of our stakeholders evolve with us, so we don't feel alone on the journey, which is sometimes a reality.
Yeah, I mean, we actually evolved to a 3-year planning cycle about maybe 3 years ago, something like that, and it drives different conversations, which is so important. And it's not that you want to bet the farm on a future, maybe it's something you innovate in this year, pilot that you plan to scale next year if it works, but it definitely changes the conversation. And then your point about cross-functional, my finance partners sit in those meetings as well because they need to understand how the ROIs and the measurements changing, because obviously it directly impacts our financial models. Supply chain needs to understand if we're selling stuff that breaks in the mail, you got to fix that. It's all so interconnected now. You can't have a weak link, and yeah, absolutely.
You have an interesting challenge. I was thinking about it, that not everybody has at Bloomberg. You're not only a brand, you have financial products you sell, and you're a publisher. How do you guys look at the changes going on in marketing and marketing in the context of the sort of the triad?
Yeah, I think data continues to be the underpinning of all of that business, right? On the advertising side, it's really how do we sell access to our audience, right? And how do we make access to that audience more interesting for an end advertiser who's struggling to reach a C-level decision maker? On the consumer side, it's how do we get smarter about not only reaching the right highest intent consumer, but delivering them the most relevant valuable experience that's going to change their perception about the brand. And on the financial side of things, everything is so data oriented and backed by data. And so while it feels like many different businesses, they're all backed by the same underpinning. And so that's sort of an interesting way that I look at that.
Matt, you have maybe a different problem than he does, not just in the products that you're in control of, but did you say like J&J's got like 100-something products or something? It's got to be like lots, right?
That,
thousands, right? How do you, as a company, get together on the data side and try to create some homogenous way of looking across the entire J&J product suite? Does this happen, or does it try to happen?
No, we have to. But I think we prioritize. We look at, there's a certain percentage of our products that make up most of our sales. So you start there. But we do sell a lot in our long tail. I mean, our small products are still huge. So it is a challenge, and that's where having the right data visualization, models, processes, ways to take humans out of it in a lot of ways, because, I can look across what we're doing in, different media channels. And if you look at a channel like search or retail search, I could be supporting literally thousands of products who then have hundreds and thousands of keywords across dozens of retailers. I need technology to help me there, or else it's just not going to happen. I couldn't hire enough people to actually do that. And then I think it's really a matter of creating those sort of conditions and flags of where you then bring in the human intervention if it's something's gone awry or variables have changed to recalibrate our model. But it's a huge challenge that we deal with. I mean, that's also why we have a huge organization, but we have an enormous portfolio that can be unwieldy at times, for sure. But the technology can help us. We use technology to look at Our digital shelf assets, again, we have thousands and thousands of product detail pages across the retail environment. We use technology to tell us, the AI, of like, are they up to snuff? Do they have the right conditions? Is the SEO good? Because it would just take insane amount of human hours to audit that by hand. You can't do it. So we have to use those tools to really help us shorthand and speed up those processes.
Yeah, maybe a question, again, that both of you can probably answer that people might find interesting. With the changes coming that we've been talking a lot about, do you think your companies are ready? Like internally, are people talking about the problem? Are they actually dealing with the problem? And I know I'm putting you on the spot, if the companies aren't ready, but I think it's valuable for people, to know this, because, my experience being out talking to people is they're not ready. They're talking about being ready, but they're not really ready, right? So maybe just talk about Bloomberg and change in this.
Yeah, I mean, I think ready is also relative to some extent, just because we actually don't understand the degree to which some of these changes are actually going to impact our business. And so I think there are actions that we are taking that we can control and feel as if we are aware of based on data we have today to mitigate some of that longer term downside or impact. But I don't know if any company fully has all of the answers to a lot of these questions. And I think we're trying to make smart decisions now, but also keep our investment and operating model fluid enough to be able to react as things continue to evolve. And maybe we're throwing some curveballs that weren't expected. I don't know what you're seeing, Matt.
I don't know that anyone, I agree, I don't know that anyone could be ready, and I don't know that anyone ever will be ready, because there'll be another change that's coming right after it. So I don't think that's a thing. I think what I'm excited about is that we've recognized and prioritized these, issues or challenges on the horizon. We've identified them. We've created teams like mine. We've invested in data scientists. We've, created the conditions to be successful as the changes come to fruition over the next year and then 2 years and whatever's, following all the next ones. But I think what I appreciate about what we've done is we've taken it very seriously. It is a top priority and we've invested in it. So no, we're not ready, because no one is, but we will be, and we'll be ready for whatever is next after that.
Yeah, I think one of the exciting things coming out of all of this is thinking about talent. And I think a lot of that leans into your previous discussion, because I think we're really rethinking the talent profile that we need to deliver on like what this future state environment looks like. I mean, I just built a marketing technology team that didn't exist 2 years ago. And so those are net new skill sets, right? Data scientists, right? People that have totally different skill sets that we're bringing into the fold. And I think building some credibility from an organizational perspective on what are the value of these areas that we haven't previously seen, and why do we need more people like this? And I think one of the cool outcomes is it's actually changing the conversation within the company in a really positive way.
The conference is about AI, and as we've said throughout the conference, I guess AI's promise is the ability to get inside our heads and help us understand, the thoughts and emotions of people. Those are insights, right? If you could, what kind of insights, do you sit around saying, man, I wish I had that, right? About the people who are buying my products or services.
I mean, it's the motivation in the moment, and where are they in their funnel, in their journey? So are they looking, are they discovery, are they ready to make a purchase? Sometimes you can get that through, their actions. Sometimes you don't know that, but to better recognize how to best serve that person, because you could send people down a lot of different pathways. If they're, just exploring a product or a category, they may need content. If they're ready to buy, I don't want to waste their time. I want to say, buy now, add to your cart, whatever. I think that's the one thing that if I knew that, I'd be really, really happy. But I'll take what I can get.
It's also a thread off of what you said with regard to the limitations of the data, right? Yeah, that is a really good one. It's like having better, more relevant, more up-to-date
I'm guessing
knowledge.
based on when they bought or when they took an action of what their motivation is in that moment. If they visited a web page, downloaded something, clicked on something, bought something 26 weeks ago, I'm assuming they need it again. I don't know.
Right.
And I think the better you can segment and identify at a granular level, the more meaningful and effective our marketing can be.
You must have thought about this, right, dude?
I actually completely agree with everything Matt just said.
Thank goodness.
Imagine if I said I didn't. No, I completely agree. I mean, I think the industry has been built around recency, and that is how we have run our programs. And motivation is so important within the customer decision journey. And a lot of times, even when I do have insights around why people made decisions to purchase a product, it's still fairly general. And so getting to the root cause around the why, the where, the when, so we can better serve them is absolutely core. Will we ever get to that place as an industry? I hope. Are there technologies that can help us to do that better? Yes, but I think we still have a long way to go to get there.
Do you struggle, because you're on another good theme, which is like sometimes you have information that could be valuable, but not the means to execute. Does this happen, Chris, from time to time, where you're like, damn it, I mean, this is good, but I can't do anything about it?
Yeah, I think that just comes down, to me, that comes down to prioritization, right? I think I'm a big believer in fewer, bigger, better. And so that's how I try and focus my team. That doesn't mean that there isn't going to be a priority that comes down, or two or three that you just need to drop everything and do. But I try and keep the team very focused on what are the things that I think are going to move the needle. And if that insight can help us to do one of the things that we're already doing better, awesome. If we think that is a really disruptive idea or opportunity, we'll test it. And then we'll scale it, right? But I think it's crawl, walk, run is how I think about some of that stuff.
What about you, Matt? You struggle sometimes to execute on stuff that you've got, but you can't do anything with it?
Chris has become my new best friend. I agree. Similar answer. I mean, I literally put an email out every week to my team on Friday with these are the top 2 or 3 things we need to do next week. There are endless possibilities. We could chase our tails on dozens of opportunities, dozens of signals, but are we doing the right ones? If we're prioritizing, then I'm not so worried about it. I get worried when we have bottlenecks, if you have inefficient processes or it takes too long to get something to market, that's a problem. But in terms of inability to do something with it outside of just like the mechanics of flighting media, which can take some time, no, I think you have to make choices, and I think it's way too easy to get caught up chasing hype and chasing every single granular piece of data you get, because it's probably not going to matter.
Cool. My clock says we're coming in close, and I want to leave a little bit of time for some Q&A, but I guess Steve, the moderator of the last session, preempted me by asking you a question of you, or who was it, about which product would you recommend? That was yours. Right, I was going to do that. So I'm going to ask you, if there's one product that Bloomberg, everybody in the room should go buy, what is it?
It would be the subscription product.
Did you hear that?
No, I mean, for me, like our product in terms of what I do is a subscription, right? I would recommend that product because, from a Bloomberg perspective, we've got 2,700 journalists across the globe that are committed to data-driven, backed journalism. And I think we are very committed to our audience in terms of delivering the most actionable and accurate information that you can use to make decisions, whether that guides your business life or your personal life. And so I'm an avid reader of Bloomberg. I'm an avid reader of a lot of publishers, but I would highly recommend that product.
Matt, I know you already answered that question, but I'll ask you a different question. You guys got you got a lot of smart scientists over there, thinking up products all the time. You got one to take 10 or 15 years off me? And when's that coming?
We have no comment.
Come on, man. Skin health.
We've got some great retinol products in the Neutrogena line.
Can you hook me up?
Yeah, for sure. We can, absolutely.
Beta testing or something?
Yeah, absolutely.
What can I do?
We've got some great products.
Hey, let's thank these guys, and then I'll have some Q&A here. Right, so any questions? Two smart guys here. We're done? We're out of
We got the hook.
questions. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Okay. We've got one more panel, and then drinks on the roof, which I highly recommend. It's like a Broadway play. We can bring this set in, out.
It's going to be pointing at us to do a live demo. Bring some visuals to the stage.
I like it.
Keep it interactive.
Are you guys taking over the entire screen?
We are. All right. Do you want me to do an intro or? No, I got it.
All right. I just have one thing to say.
What's that?
Volta.
That's right.
Volta. Volta.
Give us a little intro, Bill.
All right. I know we are keeping everybody from drinks upstairs. So I think we're going to do a quick session and answer some questions. My name's Bill Hobbs. I'm the CEO of the Epiphany Collective. We specialize in cultural strategy around data. And we're going to talk a little bit about one of our clients, Volta, who's going to give you a quick understanding of what they do in the music industry. And then we'll talk about some of the data insights that we found. Now, what I think is interesting about what they were chatting about in the previous panel is we totally agree. You know, getting to the right data that actually shows audience context and shows motivations is critical. And so a lot of what we do as an agency is we're working with brands to really help identify those motivations, those communities, and really understand the interaction of those audiences so that brands can make good, solid strategic decisions. So we'll start out with Alex, who's the CEO of Volta. He's going to take you through what the product is. And then Stephanie, who runs our delivery, she's our chief data officer, will tell you a little bit about the insights and how we map this kind of data. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Alex. I'm the CEO of Volta, and we make mixed reality creation tools. You can kind of think of it as Legos for mixed reality is kind of what we affectionately call it. Essentially what it is it's a really easy way for musicians, creators, performers, artists to create incredible mixed reality 3D spatial environments that they can then perform in that are audio reactive. Essentially, it takes, you know, the expensive $500,000, million, $2 million, $3 million productions and of you know, the different mixed reality immersive productions that we've seen increasingly over the past couple of years and makes it literally free to anyone to use. And our aim is to democratize mixed reality creation. We are predominantly working with musicians, and that's why we came to the Epiphany Collective. But really what our aim is to make mixed reality creation accessible to everyone, because we believe that it will become an art form in its own right, on par with theater and art and gaming and music and cinema. But it's just not going to happen, especially not in any meaningful way, until more and more people have access to those tools. But everybody needs to have access to them in a way that they can shape and customize and personalize to themselves. What we like to, say internally is that, everybody wants to be Daft Punk, but nobody realizes that they can be, at least not until now, until you have tools like ours that are accessible to you. And so, but, the artists that really inspire us are artists, just like Daft Punk, that, they're not genre specific. They are, the thing that threads them all together is that they want to build their own universe with music at its core, but build something that's custom to them. The David Bowies of the world, did this first. Daft Punk, Nine Inch Nails, Gorillaz, Bjork. Those are the type of artists that inspire us, and that's who we really think will be seen as the icons for this new art form, which is mixed reality, which is experience itself as a canvas. And our aim is to make Volta the de facto paintbrush for that canvas.
I think the only thing to add to that on my side is just so far as all the big major artists having that sort of budget are able to put on these crazy performances to really be compelling and put out content that puts them ahead of the crowd. And the day and the age that we're in now in terms of digital first, in terms of everyone looking to optimize reach and really kind of outperform on all the social media channels, this really is a canvas for the up and comers, the bedroom DJs, the producers, those that don't have the same budget and the same voice to really stand out and start competing.
Absolutely. And I think, as you think through this technology, we were part of their showcase last night, which was amazing. They had a DJ using this live, and you could see kind of all of the experience. It was awesome. But I think one thing that really struck me as we were working with Volta was the idea that so many brands out there are really focused now on micro-influencers and folks that really want to create interesting, different things, but have highly targeted audiences. So I think this product absolutely allows you to understand that in a different way and understand how it's possible to create without these massive budgets, as we discussed. So I think we can click. So we worked on this project with BAM as well as Volta. And I'll just give you a quick overview of kind of what we worked on. Very quick overview. So ultimately, this is a very technical product, right? So you're having to kind of market something to audiences that either are highly technical or have the passion and want to learn to use a product. And so their current audience was very focused on music industry insiders. They had a lot of investors, Marshmallow, Post Malone's company, a bunch of folks that have come in to invest in them. But the question is, what are they missing, right? What are the areas that they didn't necessarily know were great opportunities for them? So that was really how we set out to look at how do we personalize this for the audiences that would matter, and how do we do it at scale? And so our technology is called Epiphany IQ. Stephanie's going to talk a little bit about how we did this, but ultimately what we're doing is we're combining a variety of data sets, and we're able to really understand the context. So as we worked through this process, we really wanted to understand everything about Volta and their audience and how to drive things forward, so we could create this better approach to user acquisition. Sure. Yeah. So the original hypothesis was this idea that we would create a seed list of manufacturers and musicians. And out of that seed list, just to explain a little bit about what we're doing. So this technology, as I mentioned, is very much focused on audience relationships and communities. So the idea was, let's find the current communities they're in, and then let's let the AI capability of the tooling discover those communities where they're not. So that's what we did. So we put together an iterative seed list and got things going. I think what we talk about a lot is, an unsorted list of followers, or just, someone who is has a ton of followers, but it's not really relevant to what's happening in this audience, those are not the people that we want to focus on. We really want to focus on the core audience that's going to really be interested in this. So Stephanie could tell you a little bit about the project and show you a little bit on the mapping.
Sounds good. So in terms of the seed list, what it does is once we get the seed list, set, which we actually had to figure out, like, we have to have the hypothesis of who is that target audience. So as Bill said, we thought, okay, well, it could be music, like industry people who, actually use a hardware or software solutions. Also, obviously, musicians themselves. And then what we're doing is basically we're collecting, rather than what people have done online, we're collecting the people that they're following. Right? So if you think about how you behave on social media, you're essentially really following topics that you either are passionate about, whether you absolutely love it or absolutely hate it, you'll actually follow both sides. But, on an aggregate basis, you're essentially clustering people based on their interests. And so the mapping itself, what it does is it'll actually continue to sort of find the following relationships until it gets to a map that is usable. And in Volta's case, it looks like this. So this is entirely, AI machine learning driven. And what it does is, it took just a few seeds, few accounts on Twitter for it to actually create this particular map. I don't actually remember the exact number of nodes, but each of the colors represent a different group. And just to let you know, even though there are, I think, 7 groups here, realistically, there's actually a lot of subgroups within these clusters as well. And so, it doesn't just stop there. The more center it is, means that they're closer to the original seed, the original hypothesis of people that could be that target audience. The larger the nodes indicates the percent or the likelihood or the number of followers, of those nodes from the map itself. So you can see the size and influence. And obviously, like, there's a spatial relationship as well, right? So, different clusters you'll see communities will actually form and cluster together. And whether or not, it's dense or very sort of loosely formed indicates how close they are with each other within that cluster. So, based on this map, we found that there are 3 major groups. So there are the manufacturers, there are, the visual artists, which was great because that's also absolutely an area that we think Volta should be in, and also musicians. And so within music, there's, hip hop, dubstep, EDM, and then just random music. And I think that really goes to say, what Alex was saying earlier is the digital first, and really there is this democratization of content. And so there's so much sort of mainstream collaborations, cross genres, and that's how actually Gen Z, when we actually map Gen Z music, like that's exactly how everybody is consuming music or consuming a lot of information, right? Is that there is not one specific type of music that they'll necessarily listen to, because you go on Spotify and there are all these different playlists. And so, there's definitely a discovery process in that. So, what do we do with that? Sorry, I have a 3-year-old, so, Elmo is really popular. Well, what we found was, Volta has obviously done a fabulous job in terms of its marketing strategy. It has built partnerships with, it's been covered by industry magazines, and, Imogen Heap has also done, like one of the biggest influencers has also done, her own take of, what Volta could do for her music. And all of that, though, when we map those particular partnerships and influencers out within this map, what we found was that they weren't necessarily the ones that were most influential. Sure, the nodes are large because there are a lot of people who actually follow, but they're not necessarily at the center of it all. They're not necessarily, and I think actually the artist that did that is like, you can barely see her. She's on that, upper left-hand corner. And
I think you guys were talking a little bit about how your team felt about the using data, versus their own kind of gut instinct.
Yeah, one of our lead developers, when we told him that we were gonna do this exercise with you guys, they were pretty skeptical because they're just like, all right, what are you gonna tell me about my own industry that I don't already know? And then they deliver this like incredibly detailed and thoughtful report based off of all of this data, and they were just like, all right, they like put their hands up, like, okay, this is actually unbelievably insightful. It all makes sense, and there were a handful of surprises in there for us in terms of really how we should be approaching getting a beachhead market, in which is what we're doing now. We literally just kind of started, a meaningful jump into going to market.
Yeah, and you guys haven't been doing this that long, right? How long have you been actually in production out in the world?
So this actually started as my thesis project in a master's program. So for a year and a half, it just kind of evolved, and it was really just me, so I don't really kind of count that. But I'd say about 2 years is really how long we've really been a company. And I was fortunate to find a COO, a CTO, and a chief product officer who really came with a lot of both experience and a really good network, especially our CTO, of interactive mixed reality, audio reactive Unity developers, which by itself is pretty niche, and he has himself 12 years of experience with it. And so, execution is actually not, for most kind of companies our size, execution is kind of the difficult part. That's not really, the difficult part for us. We're able to make some pretty innovative, sophisticated tech. What the problem has been is more on the communication and the branding and getting people to understand what the value propositions are for them, especially when it can vary drastically from one of those nodes to another.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of Web3 ready technologies, which I know you guys have stopped using that term because it's so annoying, but for a lot of these new technologies, there's massive impact that's available. There's a highly targeted capability. There's, own your own real estate, really kind of drive things forward in a very different way. So I think one of the thoughts here in going through this was to really show, regardless of size of the company, regardless of the newness of the company, you can make this data make sense for the corporate world, and you can actually, get outcomes, that you're really trying to drive towards. So I think a lot of that hopefully is evident here.
I think as well, messaging-wise, you touched on it in terms of Web3, and we've only actually been in the market since September from that kind of timeline that Alex mentioned. So we actually launched publicly in September, and using the lingo, we are essentially building 3D worlds. It's the metaverse. We've actually completely dropped that language, for example, from this exercise because it's meaningless to consumers. It doesn't really actually mean anything. The value proposition isn't conveyed to an investor audience. Sure, it makes a lot of sense into the corporate space, but words like mixed reality and metaverse and whatnot to the usual customer doesn't really translate to anything. So it's also been an exercise of slimming down the language, bringing it to its tangible parts.
Yeah, I think trying to help the people move beyond just the early adopters is the criticality, for any brand, and they really want to understand, how do I help people understand what we do in a very simple, basic way? I mean, that's selling marketing 101, right? We need to make it understandable and consumable.
Which I have to say, for anything that's, it'd be one thing if we were iterating on some sort of product or making something better, but not only is what we're making relatively new, but the market itself is relatively new. And so being able to, like Mitch said, communicate that in a way that isn't generic or redundant, like, the words immersive, mixed reality, metaverse, reality, all of these words just mean, they mean everything and nothing. And so figuring out like what the, and for something that's as visual as ours is, if we're in a scenario where all we have is, semantics, dialing that in is unbelievably important.
I think we stepped all over Stephanie's presentation, but I wanted to make sure we're interactive since we have a small audience.
Well, I mean, I'm told that I need to pick up the pace, and I'm sorry, when I get to data, I really try. I try. So what we did was we had this actually long master plan of how they're going to conquer the world, but to spare you all the details, this is the starting point. What we decided was that far left corner is the dubstep group. And that's where we should start. And why? Well, there is, so these guys are actually, they're only about 4% of the map. They're twice as likely to follow each other, which means that you're going to get that network effect immediately. They're also more, and it's actually quite intriguing as well, because this is a really small group, but also they seem to be really sort of ahead. They're really early adopters among their industry peers. So that's the other thing that was really positive. Now, within this group, there's also 3 major subgroups, which is US, London, and international dubstep producers or musicians. And so, what we looked at was, okay, well, where should we start? And it came out, we should actually start with the London group. And the reason is they are, like I said, it's actually 2.3 times more likely to follow each other, but the UK scene is 11 times more, which means that if you can reach just 1 or 2 of these guys and they actually like it, then you could potentially really reach the entire group very, very quickly.
And I think that's the arbitrage example that we talk a lot about, right? Finding the right communities and influencers that can really help drive your message forward, but doing it in a way that's not, exorbitantly expensive. I mean, I compare it to the idea of CPMs, years ago. If you had a highly targeted audience, you had a better CPM. Really simple. And so I think we're in a different place now, where the audiences and those relationships are really what is helping inform, those decisions. But very similarly, you want to find the folks that can move the needle.
Cool. So this is just a quick comparison from a data perspective in terms of, just showing why this UK dubstep group actually makes sense. So when you look at, the stats, obviously, from the first influencer, major influencer work, she's obviously super, super influential. However, within the actual people who would be using the software, she's not nearly, right? So she's basically, I think, 8.9, in terms from a 0 to 10 scale, influential for music equipment and those types of groups. But if you look at Mala, who is one of the dubstep musician, DJs from London, what you'll see is that he is far more influential. Just from the spider graph. So that was one thing that, as we're actually picking individuals from that, from the data, then we can actually start thinking about how to target better.
But if you just look at that difference in followers, right? I mean, you can see this is a highly targeted, this is a great find. And I think you guys actually used this for your decision making last night, right, at the showcase?
We absolutely did. Yeah, we had an investor showcase with a number of artists. I must say, begrudgingly, dubstep or drum and bass is not the company's choice of music. But
Dubstep might be anathema to the techno heads out there, and many in the company are. Yeah.
Yeah, so we followed the research. We chose a drum and bass artist, a very prominent one who's also an artist. All the warm-up acts were in the same sort of vein and was live streamed. And what we saw from it was a huge sort of trickle through in terms of acquisition of those highly targeted artists, rather.
As well, the showcase was last night, so we're kind of trying to compile all of the information today. But the engagement. So one thing that we've done, and this is kind of the newest thing that we've done, and the thing that we're showcasing last night was giving audiences the ability over live streams to actually have an impact on the content that they're watching. So you could literally type words into the chat window in YouTube, and that will have an effect on the actual content of the world. So like keywords like boom, there was this explosion in the world in the virtual world, and so forth. And so the amount of engagement from their audiences was huge. We're still, like I said, we're still kind of compiling it, but it's in the hundreds or potentially like 1,000 or 2,000 engagements on a 90-minute stream with an artist who, he's not huge by any means, like however you want to quantify it, like 20,000, 30,000 Instagram followers, something like that, but that level of engagement, because we picked the right one, just really shines through.
And translating some of this work into kind of learnings for us, I guess the advantage of calling out being in the metaverse and Web3 is there's been a huge tailwind behind us. There's been no shortage of inbound interest, but for a part of last year, it was almost feeling like we were chasing our tails. Do we work with rappers? Do we work in hip hop? Do we work with electronic musicians? So to use this research and to really kind of compile it down to how do we actually take this to a stage strategy such that we conquer and find a beachhead market and use that to leverage into the next one. And the other kind of very interesting piece behind this as well as a learning is, because our tool is a content generation machine, it essentially means that each artist that uses Volta is promoting Volta in itself, sort of the TikTok kind of effect. So using, again, this sort of research just compounds that momentum behind acquisition and has really allowed us to sort of gather a lot of momentum.
And user-generated content, which is always awesome.
Absolutely.
This is all AI-driven. I don't know if we've said that already, but the great aspect of that personalization is these guys, when the audience can interact and you can automatically respond using AI, I mean, that is kind of the nature of personalization. So pretty exciting stuff. I think we have one more slide, and then I think we can just open it up to questions. You want to speak about the last? I'm good.
Okay. So I think just a few quick takeaways. Number one is using some sort of, AI, ML-driven technique. Obviously, you can actually really figure out how to personalize and, how to really have more highly targeted approach, to getting, for your marketing strategy. Number two is really kind of a duh. I mean, if the biggest follower counts don't necessarily translate into user acquisition, into whatever. I mean, if that were the case, I'm pretty sure everyone would just use Kim Kardashian for everything. So the optimal paths sometimes actually come from very surprising, unknown audiences. And the third one is, rather than relying on estimates of what people might like, this approach actually looks at who they actually follow. So, a map is complex, but a connection is very simple. So once you understand how people are connected with each other, then you can, really create that personalized and, touch to your strategy.
I mean, it's genuinely influenced the go-to-market, right? What we've ended up with, we've spoken a lot around dubstep today, but essentially it's been broken down to sort of 20 clusters in terms of where do we go from dubstep, what happens next, and kind of each sequential sort of path. So it means that we're actually combining our business development activities in tandem with marketing. So the BD side of things looks at partnerships, festival opportunities, venue organizers in each of these clusters. Whilst on the marketing side, of course, that's what we're looking to through paid social and mass acquisition. So the two sort of layered prongs really is helping us move in that sequential manner. And dare I say it, hopefully conquer them.
For sure. We can open it up to a few questions. Just keep in mind, I know everybody's wanting to get to the party. So, but we'll stay as long as you like. So feel free to ask anything that's on your mind.
Well, fantastic presentation, the showcase. Thanks for the explanation. Love the connection between the intelligence of the machine and how that being applied to an actual business, problems.
Thank you.
Question, actually, really quick one. How long did it take for you to actually map out that? That, and what are the amount of data point that you are looking at? I would imagine there's a minimum number of data point that would require to create something that meaningful.
That's a really, really good question. And the answer, is it depends. At a very, very simple, at its sort of simplest way, we could just look at a few accounts, right? Like let's say actually 5 or 10 accounts online on any sort of platform will be able to generate something like that. Now, If you want to get super fancy, which of course, as data nerds, like, we would love to. I mean, what then you can do on top of that is to have geo restrictions, is to have, sort of the and or, right? Like, so people who follow this but don't necessarily follow that. So a lot of customized, sort of approach to it if you really want to pinpoint. So it depends on the complexity of the question. It can actually get super, super technical.
I think this one took 3 weeks-ish. What I would say, though, is we have capabilities now with anonymized connectors where we can feed first-party data in, and we can actually look at the relationships across all the affinities and actually now know, what are people buying, how are they thinking about it, those types of things in a fully anonymized PII, GDPR compliant way. So, to Stephanie's point, it depends on the scope of the project, but I would say it's a lot lighter lift than most people think.
Yeah. So like at the basic level, if you're actually just, looking at the tool to map the relationships, I mean, it's probably a matter of hours, a few days, but it can get super complex if you start layering data.
So my suggestion is we continue this conversation with cocktails on the roof.
I love that
Everything
suggestion.
you say will be that much more enlightening.
It'll be much better. All right. Well, we'll see everyone upstairs. Thank you.
Thank you.